What is happening? Welcome, everybody, to another live stream here on the G1 Project TV. It is Saturday, August the 9th. Let's see. August 9th at 8:30. There we go. Just proof, if anybody watches on the replay, that's when we're streaming, you know, right on time. That's one thing I can say, man, when you, and this isn't aimed toward anybody, it's just something I've noticed in the past, but when you run stuff by yourself, you got a lot more on your shoulders, but if you're ever late, it's your own fault. You can't put it on nobody else. So there's pros and cons to running a show by yourself. It's a lot more work. I can tell you that. A lot more work. But it has its rewards too. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, just like anything else, got its ups and downs. Anyway, hey, thank y'all for being here. Thank you so much. What a wonderful week this has been. I've had my share of ups and downs too this week. Whew, man, oh man, oh man. And, but it's been more positive than negative, I can say. It's been very few on the negative side, and it's been a lot more on the positive, and you can't ask for nothing more than that. The main thing is we're all here, and we're living and breathing and enjoying this beautiful world together, right? So let's get started, man. Make sure I got the applause. Everything's ready. Let's bring some people in here that have been so kind to join. Man, thank y'all so much. First up, we got Mr. Dave Orkin. Hey, man. He says, new guitar. Is there or isn't there? Let's see who's been paying attention. Cameraman, camera 2, please. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's roll on down the chat. Let's see. Hey, it's Bloody Soup in the house. How you doing, man? Thank you for being here. Let's see. Mr. Mick is here. Hey, man. How are you doing? Good to see you. And, let's see here. Just want to bring everybody in properly, you know, and, make sure everybody gets a fair shake here. And, let's see. Mr. Mick is here. He says, I'm looking for an Epiphone Zach Wild Bullseye for a decent price, but I can't find one. Good luck, my friend. If I would have known, I would have sold you one, but I sold mine on Reverb. It was earlier this year. Sold it for a little over $700. So they hold their value, man. So, oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, man. It's Miss Ryan. What's going on? How awesome is that? This is Ryan. If y'all watch the Midtown Music video that Ralph and I did, cameraman, can we go to camera 2, please? Thank you. That's Ryan. Right, man. That's so nice that y'all are here. Thank you so much. That's I'm gonna tell you. I'm not just saying this. I got to give a shout out to these kind people because we're just starting this guitar shop venture of guitar shop reviews, right? Ralph and myself. I think it's supposed to be Ralph and I. Is that right? Anyway, so and by far, and I'm not throwing shade to nobody. Everybody's been super nice, but by far the store that has stood out the most is Midtown Music. Why do I say that? Because they went out of their way to make us feel welcome. Camera 1. Look at here. I have it right here. That's Ryan. Look at there. You're going to be proud of me. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. So, if y'all see that, there we go. That's Midtown Music. That's the phone number. All right. From what I understand, they don't sell online. I've had a lot of people ask me that. And I asked DeVere earlier, and he said at this present time, no, I believe. But y'all can call, and if you see something on there, hey, call DeVere, man. Maybe he can work something out with you. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. But thank you, Miss Ryan. She's Ralph and I went today for a what's it called? A update video. That's coming out tomorrow. So I really can't go into that because it would be all for nothing. If I told you everything today, it would be kind of like, well, what I need to watch the video for. But please watch that tomorrow. So it is another guitar store review, but it's kind of a update. And it was awesome. Chick Mac 1, what is going on, man? How are you? Uh-oh. Mr. Mick, I think my little I spy something. I spy with my little, what's it called? What's it? Uh-oh. Dave Orkin says, I see polka dots. Oh, man. Yes. Bloody Soup says, cool store, DeVere. Yeah, it's a great store, man. And without going into too much, all I can say is we went today and it was awesome, man. And I love that little part of Easley, man. That kind of small town vibe. I mean, it is. That little part is small town. You know. Let's keep welcoming people in. It's Don Morton. He says, howdy, everybody. What's going on? How you doing, Mr. Don? Ms. Ryan says, hello. Hello, everybody. Yeah, make her feel welcome, y'all. She's a sweet, sweet young lady. Really is. Really, really is. Let's see. Greasy Monkey Guitars. Man, I can't keep this a secret. I knew you'd get that buddy guy. Look at you. Well, you got to watch the video tomorrow for the story, man. Because there's more to it than what you might think. You know, it didn't just it didn't just fall in my lap. You know, I mean, but I will say it wouldn't have been possible without DeVere and Ryan. It wouldn't have been possible. There's no way. All right, Ryan, you got to stick around for some live music if you can. I don't know if y'all have to leave or what, but let me know if you can. We'll play one for you. We'll play one for you. Metal Mike 5150. What is going on? I guess it's right behind me, right there. Metal Mike, right there. The Buddy Guy signature Strat, and yeah, it's been on my bucket list for so long. Let's see, Mr. Don Morton he goes, hello, DeVere and Ryan. I'm planning to stop by your shop as soon as I have time. Really enjoyed the video. Cool place. There you go, man. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Morton. Thank you. Now that's what I call community support right there. You can't beat that. Mr. Mick says, I wonder if DeVere has the bullseye. I didn't see one in there, but you never know what they come into, man. You never know. You never know what they can come into. Dennis, how are you, sir? Let's give Dennis a round of applause. Excuse me. Dennis says, hey, Joe, I'm in the market for an EVH Stripe Series guitar, and I see you have a few. Which do you think is the best? Love you, man. Thank you, Dennis. You're too kind, man. Thank you. Let's put $2,000 in Dennis's PayPal, please. Thank you. I'm kidding. People are like, what? Free money? No, that is subjective, my friend. I have, as far as the Stripe Series, I have the, as you can see, the regular red with the white and black. I got that back in, golly, man, what was that, 2017, 2016? And I have the white with the black stripes. And as far as the Stripe Series, those are the only two that I have. And they are awesome. Me personally, you can't go wrong with either one. They have went up, of course, in price. When I got this one years ago, it was $1,000. I don't know what they are now. I haven't priced them, man. But they are excellent guitars. And if we play some live music, this is the one I'm going to be playing tonight because we're going to get Van Halen out here. Well, we're going to try. It might be a total train wreck. Who knows? Like I said, a one-man show, it can go off the rails quick, man. It can go off the rails quick. Mr. Don Morton says, buddy got polka dots. Yeah, baby. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's I'm telling you, man, it's been a dream to have that. And one thing, I say this in the video, it comes out tomorrow, but I've said this before. Hell, I've said a lot of stuff before. I repeat myself so bad 'cause I'm just an idiot, but babbling idiot. There we go. That fits. But my wife and I, we saw Buddy Guy and BB King a number of years back. It was, golly, man. We got married in 2007. We just celebrated our 18th anniversary earlier this week. Been together about 19, 20 years, something like that, all together. So it's been probably 12 or 13 years ago when we saw them. Because when BB passed away about a year later, I think, after that concert. We saw him in Simpsonville, at the Simpsonville Auditorium. And I remember it was around this time of year here, it was freaking hot. And that place has no shade or nothing for the audience. You're just out there in the blazing sun. That's it. And that's just how it goes, man. Blue Mox is in the house. Hey, man. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Miss Ryan says, of course. I'm assuming that's on the music. Okay, cool. Cool. What I usually like to do, Miss Ryan, I like to welcome people in. To me, that's just a big deal. I've watched live streams in the past, and the content creator looks at the chat, but he doesn't really, he don't give no shout outs, man. I've seen that, and that used to drive me crazy. I was like, man, if I ever can have, I don't care, 20 people, 50 people, 2,000 people, I'm going to do my best to give people shout outs and tell them thank you for being here, because people don't have to be here. They can be doing something else. So I'm very grateful that people would just stop in and say, hey, man, what's happening? We enjoy watching, and that makes my day, you know. This is my last day of vacation, too. You believe that? Well, yesterday I had to go get a procedure done. We don't need to go into details of that, but let's just say I couldn't eat nothing for felt like 24 hours almost. Wasn't quite that long, but, man, after everything was said and done, yeah. So I got home, and I was like, I thought I was going to tear some food up, man. I came in here and played for like 45 minutes. Then we cooked some stuff on the grill. Ain't that something? It's weird. Okay. Metal Mike comments. He goes, okay, thank you, buddy. Congrats. I'm talking about the EVH Stripe series. Yeah, man. I just went with that was the first one I got, because that's the classic, you know, and that's just me. That's just me. Everybody's different, you know. Blue Mox, he says, this does not shock me. This does not shock me, Joe. Oh, very cool. Oh, about the buddy guy. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I know, man. I know. It's I think Edwin called it in a comment on the Midtown music video. I think Edwin said, Joe will be playing that Saturday night. And I was like, uh-oh. We got all the way from Louisiana, Jim Guidry is in the house. What's up, Jimbo? How are you doing, man? Big Jim. Excellent musician. He's been sending me his songs a lot lately, man, and I've known Jim for a long time, man. He's an incredible player, and the best rhythm player I've ever heard in my life, and that's the honest to God's truth. I'm not just saying that. Let's see. We got G. Johns. Hey, man. He goes, what do you say, Joe? Gary saying hello from Seneca. Oh, hey, Gary. Seneca, all right, man. Right here, close by. That's so awesome. Mr. Billy Shelton. Billy, I hope you're doing well, man. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing good, brother. There's Mr. JJ Collins. JJ, what's up, my man? He goes, hi, everyone. Joe, I finished watching that video, and I had a feeling you were going to grab that buddy guy. I would have as well. Beautiful store with amazing prices and gear. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. Uh-oh. Here he comes. Here's the man that called it right here. Brother Edwin right here. Hey, what's up, Ed? Edwin, what's up, man? He says, I knew it, man. I knew it. Well, Edwin, you called it. You got it. At the time, I wasn't sure, but it all worked its way through, man. Ruben Valdez, hi from Vegas. Oh, man. Place your bets, everybody. Place your bets. All right. Jimbo, my pleasure. It's the truth, man. He is the best rhythm player I've ever heard. That is no joke. Y'all need to check him out. He's on his YouTube channel, Guidry. 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 Edwin says, it was either you or me, brother. Whoa, you was going after it too? Man. Oh, man. Brother. Bloody Soup says, it's cool seeing some new faces. Yes, thank you so much. Is it okay if I play a song? Miss Ryan's probably still in here for DeVere and Ryan for Midtown Music. I'd love to play a song for them. Just one song. I'm not going to sit here and play 5-6 songs. I'll play one song. Is that okay, everybody? Is everybody cool with that? And because I don't want them waiting around, because we're going to be on here a while, and I don't want them waiting forever to hear something, and then everybody, you know what I mean? I know people have different schedules and stuff like that. What the heck am I going to play? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Do it up, Bloody Soup says. Okay. Don Morton says jam. Jim Guidry gives a thumbs up. Okay, I'm just going to do one. And I always I like to try to do it like a radio station does, like when one song gets done, the other one kind of fades in. And it's kind of like a concert. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know. I just think it's cool. Maybe it's just me, man. I don't know. Jim Guidry says, yeah, it is you. You're an idiot. Damn. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. I've known Jim for almost 20 years, man. Let's see. All right. I tell you, me and this chair just don't get along. Look at this. It's like there's a ghost sitting in it. Will you stop? Crying out loud. Let me get my guitar. Guitar. I ain't got a lot of room in here to move. One of these days I'm going to bust in my tail. But we got about 30 dang pedals on the floor here. Maybe not that much. How many do we got? 6, 12, 18, 24. Yeah, over 30. Same. Crazy, ain't it, man? All right, let's put this on. We're just going to do a song or two here, and then that'll be it. I just got to plug in the wireless. I use this Lakato wireless, and I got to use one of my favorite picks. Oh, come on, man. All right, let's see. Turn this stuff on. You can see I'm really prepared here. All right, let's see. Uh-oh. Let's check our tuning real quick. Make sure we're in tune. Always check your tune. Make sure we're not. See, we're just a little sharp here and there. I didn't play this guitar yet today, so that's why. And it's been getting hot again too. All right. Okay. All right, let's try something. Let's try it.
Pay for it. What the fuck? Walking down the street, pretty woman, that kinda like to me, pretty woman. I don't believe you, it must be true. No one can look as good as you. Mercy. Pretty woman, won't you pardon me, pretty woman? I couldn't help but see, pretty woman. Well, you look lovely as you could be. Oh, you know me just like me. Pretty woman, stop a while. Pretty woman, talk a while. Pretty woman, give your smile to me. Pretty woman, yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty woman, look my way. Pretty woman, say you'll stay with me. 'Cause I need you tonight. Pretty woman, don't walk on by. Pretty woman, don't make me cry. Pretty woman, don't walk away. Yeah, okay. If that's the way it must be, okay. I guess I'll go on home. It's late. There'll be tomorrow night. But wait, what do I see? She's walking back to me. Whoa, pretty woman.
Man, God, dog, boy. I gotta keep going. But I'm not. I said 2. All right, we'll run everybody out of here if I don't stop. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's music. That's the power of music. I don't know about y'all. That's what it does to me, though. That's what it does to me. It's turned into a goofball, man. I know. Okay. All right. Let's get some of these comments. Okay. The chat stopped here. Okay, we'll catch up real quick. Thank you for sticking around. I figured, wow, this is fantastic. William De Silva. Hey, man. Hey, Joe, where you going with that guitar in your hand? You got it, baby. Yeah, we're trying to have some fun here and have a good show. This will be the last one till next Saturday. I got to go back to work tomorrow night. Midtown Music is there. Yeah, thank you, Joe. We look forward to... Thank you, Don. We look forward to seeing... Yeah, me too. I'm going back. Too. I know Ralph will want to as well. I didn't know y'all were on here. That's awesome. Ice Cream Man. Dude, I wish I could play that. Thank you, man. I wish. I'm not that on that level. I do the easy songs. And those probably sounded like horrible. Okay. Oh, we can hear my grandson crying out there. He's not crying. He's running around playing. He's only a year and a half, so he's wide open. He took a 3-hour nap, so he's ready to raise heck. Afternoon or evening, the chat. Sorry. G. John says, Don, did you used to play in Central Line? Oh. Let's see. Rod. Hey, Rod. Thank you, man, for being here. Thank you. G. Johns and Don. I guess they haven't talked to each other in a while. Ain't that nice? That's awesome, man. That's fantastic. Bringing the community together, one stream at a time. What is this? ABC? What is? No, this is WJOE. That's what this is. Thank you, Mr. Silva. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Applause for kind comment. Thank you. Don, he said, yeah, he did play in that band for 14 years. Dang. That's impressive, man. That's impressive. That's awesome. Blue Mox, he says that, Joe, you could come up in the mix just a hair. Yeah, there's some of the songs, some might be a little louder than others, and I've tried to adjust it the best that I could. And I can only do what I can, you know. Pretty Woman rocks. Yeah, I love that Van Halen version of Pretty Woman. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fun song, man. And let's see, here we go. We got KBT Guitar Man. Hey. He says, hello, Joe. Hope all is good. Yes, man. Thank you. It is. We're sitting here with all my friends tonight, and you can't go wrong, you know, when you got good people here to talk to. Well, you know what I mean, to chat with. Chick Mac, he says, I knew you were going to get that Buddy Guy guitar the way you were looking at it. Hell yeah, he says. Thank you, man. Yeah. I love that guitar. I do. I love it. Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Thank you so much. You're too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Uh-oh. Miss Ryan says, I'm speechless. That's usually what happens when it's bad. People get speechless when it's rotten. I know. I ain't had a lot of time to practice today, man. We went out there to lovely Midtown Music, and I got home, and my stepdaughter is here with the baby and her boyfriend, and I was elected to go to Taco Bell to get everybody some dinner, which was fine. I was hungry, man, so I could have done a food review with all the food I had sitting there. I was like, man, you turned into a freaking pig. But I hadn't had nothing all day. I hadn't had nothing since last night, so I was hungry. Okay, Mr. Mick, he's got a statement or a question. Joe, I got the Mimic hooked up, and it's a game changer. Thanks for the advice. Much more headroom having it in stereo. Yes, I told you. There you go, man. Congrats, Mr. Mick. I'm so glad it's working for you. And oh, what in the world? Oh, well, thank you, Miss Ryan. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's really nice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. G. Johns. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Very kind. Thank you, Bloody Soup. I just like to, every once in a while I like to play, man. I mean, it's just that's what I love to do. That's the whole point of playing guitar, man. It lifts me up. I mean, I can't explain it. It just, when I'm sitting here chit-chatting with y'all, that's one thing. But when I put that guitar on, it's a different thing altogether. I don't know. It sounds stupid. Let's see. Hey, JB. Evening, everybody. Happy Saturday. Joe, your wife is going to kick you out if you don't watch it. No, I cleared it with her first. I cleared it with her first, man. Believe me. After I got that American Special week before last, and then last week I got the PRS McCarty 594, and then I got the Axis AX40 Sterling. It's not an Axis. I'm sorry. The Sterling AX40. AX40. What am I saying Axe for? Thinking of a horror movie. Is it Halloween already? Sterling AX40. And now the newest addition to the family, the Buddy Guide. And, but yeah, I cleared it. But yeah, believe me, man, I've had my dealings of trying to be sneaky with guitars. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And, I've shot my own self in the foot with stuff. And, it just, I got cameras all around this house, and I totally forgot. Trying to sneak a guitar in, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, man. Yeah, it doesn't work. You just, no good. Edwin Crane, the 2 times I got in the car today, Van Halen was playing. When I turned the key, that's a great vibe. You can never go wrong with some VH, man. Not in my opinion. I actually listened to some VH heading out to Midtown Music today. I listened to the David Lee Roth era. I love both eras. Actually, there's 3, but to me, there's just 2. Some people, there's just 1. Brendan, what's going on, brother? He goes, hey there. What's happening, man? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Michael Curtis, hey Joe, congrats on new guitar day. Again, he says, I know, man. It's been a lot this week. It's been Christmas this week. And over and over, and I can't say nothing, man. It's been nice. I'm very, very blessed. Don Morton, WJOE is on the air. That's it, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Let's see. Blue Monks, take that with well thinking. I'm here for all of the guitar. Yeah, man. Well, I'm glad everybody's here. That's very kind. Very kind. Whoops. This chat just freaking went. Edwin, by the way, you rock. Thank you, man. You rock. I'm going to the wrong camera. Cameraman, are you asleep over there? There you go. Thank you. Rico B. Hey now. How you doing, my man? Hey now. Good evening from a cool 107 degrees in Arizona. Oh, God. So it should be 609 where you're at, Rico. Am I correct? Oh, my God. It got hot today, but thank God it didn't get triple digits. We've had enough of that stuff. We had enough of that week before last. I was like, man, come on. Bring on fall. Mr. Don Morton, Cool Jams, Joe sounds killer. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. You're very kind. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you, everybody, for just checking it out and just sticking around. Man, that makes my night, man. Blue Monks. He says, stay on track. Limit yourself to 1 guitar per week. Can you imagine? I mean, for real, if you got 1 per week, phew, can you imagine? Is somebody arguing in there? Uh-oh. Oh, Lord. Something. Anyway, that's them. They ain't going to rain on our party or parade, whatever you call it. will we be hearing the Buddy Guy guitar tonight? That's up to y'all. That is up to y'all. We can a little later. Let's see. I want to, if anybody has any questions or stories or comments, I want to be able to get to that as well. Because this is a group effort here. It's not just about me. Brendan says, very well, sir. Always great to see you. Hey, man, thank you. It's always great to see you, my brother. Thank you. I'm very kind. Uh-oh. Large car lifestyle. Sligrit, he says, welcome back. Yes, sir. I'll be back in that rig tomorrow night. You know it. Be back on the road. Them 18 wheels are turning, man. And Andy, what's going on? Andy, we sound like a commercial.
Christmas in August. Come to Midtown Music right now for all the great deals that beats everybody's prices.
Oh, God. That sounds like a commercial, don't it? There you go. Remember the old Radio Shack commercials from back in the day and all that? When I was a kid, God, Sears. Remember all that, man? When I get those, my mom would get those catalogs in the mail. She would give me a pen. This is the worst thing you could do with me. She goes, okay, circle what you want from Santa. Are you kidding me? I get done and I hand it to her. She goes, we can't get all this. But I was an only child, so I got in some aspects I got really lucky, and in some not so lucky, But overall it was a fantastic childhood. I can't say nothing. My parents were always great. I like the Van Halen with Eddie playing. That's correct. Yes. Thank you, Edwin. Right on the money with that one. Let's see. Alex. Hey, man. Alex 2112. Love watching your show, my friend. Going to all those guitar stores reminds me of myself on the weekends. I have over 30 guitars, and I still don't have enough. Tell my wife. He says, tell my wife that. Brother, I'm telling you, I understand. And it's one of them things, man. It's a struggle that will be here for as long as there's guitars around, I think. I don't know, man. Mickey Settlemeyer, there he is. He goes, woo, all right. Let's get a little bit of, give him a woo, Rick. Woo! Give him a ha-ha. Ha-ha. Woo! There you go. Thank you, Nature Boy. Always in the house to entertain at any time. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Rico B, what's up, my man? He says, I was out in the pool listening to you jamming. Sounded excellent. Oh, man, thank you. Thank you for checking it out, man. In the pool, he said. Checking out, just chilling out and listening to some rock and roll. Thank you, man. You're very kind. Edwin Crane says, play the Buddy Guy model. Well, okay, I mean, uh-oh, there's another and another. Wow. Thank y'all. Yes, Dennis, that's right. I remember that. And he goes, that Everybody Wants Some song always reminds me of the movie Better Off Dead. Ever see it? Oh, man, that's an 80s classic. I remember that, seeing that claymation thing with the burgers. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny, man. John Cusack, I think. Yeah, that was he was in some great movies, man. Alan Webster, hey, how are you, man? Thank you for being here. He says, hey, Joe, hey, man. Crazy Eddie, I remember that.
Crazy Eddie, my prices are insane.
I remember that. God, I remember that from a long time ago. Man. Let's see if we can. We're doing good on this chat. Thank y'all so much. Alan makes a comment here. Let's see. He chimes in with, I just bought a cheap EVH guitar from Temu. I'm going to redo everything so it'll look cool, but some things have to be changed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that will, I would imagine, I hope upgraded Godot trim would fit, or upgraded Floyd. Either way, because some of those things, man, those specs are off. I've never messed with Temu, so I mean, as far as a guitar, I don't know. But hey, man, it'd be a fun project either way. You can always, route some stuff out to make it work. Alan says, I get a lot of my stuff from QMSM. I don't know what that is. Or maybe that was a typo. Slick Rick says, I'll be back in a few. Okay, man. Okay. We'll be here. Let's see. See what we got. Alan Webster, I get a lot of my stuff. Okay, AMS. You have to watch out in the payments to make sure you make sure you can when you can. Well, the wife hates it. Oh man, dude, we can be here all night talking about the trouble I've got myself into when that comes to payment. Hey, these are all payments right here. This and the PRS, those are all payments. So yeah. I mean, it's what am I going to say, man? It's what we do, man. It's who we are. It's who we are. We're guitar players. We love guitars. We love gear. Come on. It's not like, you ever hear that cliche? How many guitars do you need? What's the answer? Chat, what's the answer? I'm going to let y'all answer that question. I've heard that question. How many guitars do you need? Okay, you asked, I'm going to tell you. I'll let y'all answer. She John says, play that guitar. Okay, man, we're going to get to it, I promise. We got other people saying some stuff here, and we will, though, I promise. Let's see. What are we talking about here? We're talking about Van Halen. We're talking about old Van Halen. Sammy Hagar Van Halen. We're talking about payments with guitars and how many guitars do you need and gear, everything, you name it. It's just a good old time tonight, man. Don Morton, old VH story. Supposedly their concert writer for backstage food in the green room specified that no brown M&Ms were allowed. I don't know, but a very reliable source told me that many years ago. That's true, yes. That is true. That is very well documented, yes. No, sir. Crazy Eddie was not out my way. I just remember seeing the commercials because I think he must have had nationwide airtime for those commercials, obviously, because I remember when I was a kid and there wasn't I grew up in Charlotte, so there wasn't no Crazy Eddies in Charlotte. But I remember seeing his commercials and I would always laugh because that was funny, man. Okay. Bloody Soup. Yeah, we need to hear and see that new axe. Oh, my God. I think I need to play it real quick. There it is. There it is. J.J. Collins with the correct answer. How many guitars do you need? Just one more. That's it. Thank you, J.J. Don Morton. Old cool pedal. Try a Proco Rat for some good overdrive. I've heard great things about those pedals. I'm going to have to end up getting one, man. And somebody told me they found an original one. Was it you, Don? Somebody found an original. Edwin says, as many as you want. Bloody Soup says, not enough. Michael Curtis says 5 more. Yeah. Yeah, man, let's see. What do I got here? Alan says, I have a couple of Wolfgangs on payments from AMS. Every time my wife looks at the bank statement, she gets upset and says, why? You have enough. No more, please. And then I get another. Yeah. What's that song that Simply Red covered in the 80s? I don't know the original group, but that song that goes, if you don't know me by now, you'll never know me. That's what I say. You don't know me by now. I mean, look, I look at it this way, folks. All right. Y'all let me know if I'm right or wrong. Isn't it better to if now, first of all, let me change. Cameraman, camera one, please. If you, first and foremost, pay your bills, all right? I'm not here to promote, go out and blow all your money on whatever and not have money to pay your bills. That's not what I'm saying. Pay your bills first, put a little money to the side. Whatever you do is your business. It's your finances. I'm not a finance advisor, financial advisor. I'm not an expert at nothing. But if you're going to spend some money, what the hell is wrong with this? Isn't this better than running around, getting some, what, off the street, or gambling it all away? I mean, at least we have something to show for it. And another good thing is, if you ever, God forbid, and I've had to do it earlier this year, if you ever have to sell some of your gear, you might have to take a little hit, but you can get something out of it. I had to do that earlier this year in January. Our heat pump went out. It was cold. Cold for this area, okay? People that live up north, they get ticked off. And I say, it's cold. You don't know what cold is. Dude, I don't live up there. I live here. So I'm talking about here. And for us, it's cold, But, it was like 12 degrees. That's freaking cold. And so the heat pump went out. It was $3,800 to fix it. $3,800. I ain't got $3,800 just laying around. I can go, oh, yeah, make it rain, fix it. Nope. So what did I do? I sold some guitars, man. I sold a lot of stuff. And you know what? Yeah, I had to take a little hit on stuff, but I had enough to get it fixed. So, yeah. So what's wrong with that's my argument. I'm like, really? Why is this such a problem? I don't know. I guess I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me. Or maybe I would love to hear an alternate opinion on that, but I think we're all on the same page here. Chick Mac, I got myself in trouble with musician's friends several years ago. It wasn't a good thing either. That happened to me too. Same thing happened to me. It was in the 90s, man. I bought a drum machine, an Alesis drum machine, and I wanted it so bad. And I made, because they used to do payments for a brief time. Musician's friend did, I remember, because they never did payments. And then for a brief moment, they let you break up into payments. And then they went right back to, well, you just have to pay it all up front, And for that one window of opportunity, I said, I'm going to get that Alesis drum machine. Got it on payment. I paid the first payment because they take the first one, right? And again, I was in my early 20s. This was in the 90s, a long, long time ago. I told myself, I said, good luck taking another payment. I ain't got enough money in the bank to cover it. You know what they did? They took it anyway, and my account went negative, whatever it was, $100-something, and then another something. And they went ahead and took the whole amount. After that one negative, yeah, they screwed. I did it to myself. They didn't do nothing. I did it to myself. But yeah, that was musician's friend, and I got blacklisted ever since. Which, yeah. I got the drum machine, but it wasn't worth all that trouble, man. I screwed myself over more than I can say in my life with bad credits. I just made so many bad decisions. I was young and dumb. Let's see. Don Morton, the best guitar is the next one. The one you're looking at and thinking about purchasing. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's, it could be something, man, you know. It's caused some heat in this house. I'm telling you right now. I ain't telling no lie, man. Whew. That's all you care about. Well, these don't talk back unless you want them to. I need to be quiet. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. Mr. Mick, every time I buy a guitar, my wife complains. I always tell her I could be out spending the money in bars. I tell her at least I can sell a guitar if we need money. There you go. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. You get it. Well, I know y'all get it. But that's what see, I thought it was just me. I was like, man, I can't be the only one, man. It ain't like I'm out running around or doing something really bad, you know. Let's see. Hey, Midtown Music of Easley is still here. That's awesome. Wow, thank you. The best guitar tool I ever invested in is a good set of nut files. If you enjoy modding, if you enjoy modding cool guitars from Temu and Squires, etc., I highly recommend Music Nomad and their setup tools. Yes, Music Nomad is incredible. And Music Nomad is good. Who else? StewMac's good too. The only thing with StewMac is if you don't pay for that membership, they're going to charge you for shipping. And I've only ordered a couple of times from there, so I've had to, pay that high shipping. But, they had what I wanted and nobody else did. So that's usually how it goes, isn't it? If you want it bad enough, you'll buy it. DJI Zai, Simply Red. Yes, that's who covered that. If you don't know me by now, Simply Red. Yeah, they covered that really well. I remember that was a tearjerker song, boy. I remember I had it on a cassette single. Can you believe that? My God. It had to be in the late 80s, I guess. Mr. Don Morton says the older Rat pedals sound better. Yeah, I've always heard that. I remember seeing an interview with Nuno Betancourt, and he had an original Rat pedal, and something happened to it, and he was able to find another one on Reverb, and he said those are like a holy grail of distortion pedals. I've never played one, so I can't. I don't know, but if it's good enough for Nuno, man, come on. Rico, Joe, congratulations on the Buddy Guy Strat. I have a Robert Cray Strat, and I've been looking for a Buddy Guy Strat. Those upgrades are awesome. Thank you. Yes, we're going to break it out here in just a second and get it on camera, and we'll play a song, and I'll talk about the upgrades. And DJ Zah says, there's only 3 names in music: Fender, Gibson, Marshall. Always been that way, always will. Hey, there you go. I love those names, man. I love them. Absolutely love them. Alan Webster says that I do have a 64 Strat. When my wife found out the value, she mentioned paying off what we owe on our house. I said, no way. My parents got it for me when I was little, and they're gone now. Yeah, look, man, if it's that's a sentimental, serious thing right there, man. I don't blame you. I wouldn't, damn sure wouldn't let that go. I don't care what anybody said. That you only got one set of parents, man, and they left you that. That's Randall Vandergriff. Hey, man, my Italia, the brand I told you about. The Beach Boys endorsed them. Supro style 1960s, 1 bolt on neck, piezo 2 jacks, fiberglass finish. Has no quality issues whatsoever. My Johnson amp is heavy. I was wondering if those amps were heavy. Well, that's good to know, man. I might go back to Audio Central and try one out one day. I don't know. They look cool. Don Morton, if you don't know me by now, original artist Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. Thank you. Yes, that's a great song. And the reason I'm thinking of that song is my wife and I, we watched that movie Radio with Ed Harris and Cuba Gooding Jr. from back in the day before Cuba derailed his career for whatever reason. And that song was playing in the movie, but it was the original. And I didn't know that movie was based in Anderson, South Carolina, T.L. Hanna High School. I was like, man, I forgot all about that. That's a good movie, man. Good movie. It's a good movie. Just a... I don't see movies like that anymore. DJI says 64 Strat is worth at least $50,000 if it's original. Good God. Well, there you go. That's fantastic. Michael Curtis. So, you just answered my question before I could ask. I was going to ask how cold it gets in South Carolina. It can get cold, man. Sometimes it gets to the single digits. I mean, it does happen. Now, is that all the time? No, but we have really bad cold spells. Just shockingly more than what people might think. Andy Dion says, true. Always can sell your music gear. Yeah, if you have to, man. I mean, I did. I had 80 guitars in January. 80. And when all that stuff happened, I got down. I'm currently down to 63. That's still a lot, but I can't believe I look in that warehouse. I had 80. I'm like, what? It still looks overcrowded. Okay. Reverend Hogwash. There he is. Sold lots of gear over the years to pay bills. It sucks, but we got to do what we got to do. That's right. You are correct. All right. We're going to read a couple more and we'll play this buddy guy. Chick Mac. I just bought a 66 Fender Bandmaster amp. I saw one of those at, oh my God, at the store today. All original. Where's my card? Why am I drawing a blank? Midtown Music. Golly, man, I'm getting senile, man. Midtown Music. I saw one of those there. DeVere had one because I was asking him about it. Can't wait till it comes in. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. New Gear Day, man. It's just, there's nothing else like it. Nothing else like it. Mickey Settlemeyer says, if you take care of your gear, it's like money in the bank. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Those three brands that I mentioned are like currency, DJI said. That's right. You're right. Chick Mac says, I think most of us have made bad decisions. Just have to learn from it. That's right. That's what life is, man. That's what life is. It's a big lesson. That's it. And if you learn, you try to live right, do right by others, and don't do nothing stupid. I mean, of course, I've done a lot of bad things. I didn't go to prison or nothing, but I did some silly things, and I got in trouble and had to, but I learned from it. Didn't do that no more. All right, let's play this buddy guy. Let's see what we can do here. And, I can't believe it. It's not moving. Oh, I got to get the guitar, though. Rats. Oh, got a lot of room to move. Okay. Let's turn some stuff back on. Sorry. And we'll show this up to the camera here in just a second. Receiver goes in here. Yeah, you're going to hear some clicks and pops, man. Transmitter goes in here. On. Now these have what they call lace sensor hot gold pickups. And the Graphtec saddles right here. And it's just incredible. And it sounds amazing. So we gotta do. It's a buddy guy. We gotta try some blues if we can. Hell, if I can. Hell, I don't know. Let me see here. All right, let's see what we got. I'm gonna try it. the Buddy Guy model. Incredible. The upgrades are amazing, man. There we go. Yeah. Oh. Let me hang this up. All right. One more time there. Look at there. Woo, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Christmas in August. Yeah, baby. Okay. Yeah, what a wonderful guitar. What a wonderful guitar that is. Okay. All right, let's get back to the chat here. There we go. So that's the Buddy Guy. Red one. Yeah, I'm going back. Let's see. Let me see if I can catch up on some of this chat here, and we'll get right to you. Evan Ward, hey man. Oh, your luthier has a huge rat pedal collection. Wow, man. Yeah, those things are worth their weight in gold, I heard. Yeah, we got to catch up here. So, Don Morton says, my favorite small club amps are the 1988 Marshall 50 and the 76 Fender Vibrolux Reverb Silverface. My tech changed it to blackface specs. Great amps. Wow. Yeah, we're talking about last night. I was talking about that movie Radio that my wife and I watched it. Edwin says he met the real Radio. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah, they did a great job. Great job with that movie. I love that movie. Let's see. I'm trying to get this chat to move. This thing likes to lock up after a little bit. Alan Webster, have you tried those EVH 40-watt combo amps? I think they're a bit overpriced. I'm not sure about getting one. I have not. They come out the little combo amp, the little single speaker one. Yeah, was this 40 watt or 50 watt? I don't remember, but no, I haven't tried it. But yeah, it's EVH. It's going to be a little high. It's all in, it's all in what you want. You can always get on Reverb and try to find one used too. Might save you a couple $100 maybe, but they are good, man. EVH amps are incredible. I can say that. Now I haven't tried that one, but those amps are amazing. They're strong. I love a high gain amp, but no, I have not tried one. I'm sorry. Midtown Music of Easley says, we have a vintage 62 Princeton. It's original but needs the caps replaced along with the cord. Does anyone know a good tube amp in the Southeast before I take a crack at it? A familiar conversation that was had today. I do not know anybody, but there was somebody, an amp tech. Yeah, is there an amp tech? Yeah, somebody said there was, well, that might be. Might not. Somebody said there was one in Greer, but I don't know if that is that gentleman's. Could be thinking about somebody else. Jimmy Z, there he is, man. Jimmy Z. Yeah, we do have weird weather. All right, we got to get down here to a few more of these comments. Get closer to the current ones. DJI says, when life is going smoothly, it's cool, I know, but it's when problems happen that's when we really learn something to help us in the future. Yep, you got that right. Bloody Soup says, here we go. Okay, so now I'm getting down to the current ones. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be cool here, man. Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, let's go down. Hendrix, yes. Red House, yes. Love the blues, G. John says. Thank you. Chick Mac says that those lace pickups are nice. I had a Strat about 20 years ago with those in it. Very quiet too. Yeah, Yeah, there's no hum there. They're nice. Yeah. Let's see. You don't have any contact info for a luthier? Oh, man. Let's see. Okay. JJ Collins says, he said, I had a feeling that one was coming up, Red House and Orson Hendricks was the right choice for that Strat. Yeah. Yeah. I tried to run through that one earlier today, so I just stuck with that one. It could have been better. Could have been better. Thank you, Edwin. Thank you, DJI. Thank you, man. Very nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very nice. Chick Mac, here's some Jeff Healey in your playing. Man, Jeff Healey is incredible, man. Talk about an outstanding guitar player. I was just floored by his talent. And, I mean, not to mention his, of course, his handicap, but that didn't matter. He still tore it up, man. He's just absolutely incredible. Midtown Music, easily. They're still in the house. I love it when the guitars we sell get played. Ryan, and I hope it serves you well for years to come. You sound great, Joe. Man, thank you, DeVere. Thank you, man. Midtown Music and Easley, folks. Check them out if you're in the Easley area. Watch the video that I put out a couple of days ago, Midtown Music. You can see for yourself how down to earth and sweet these people are. They're just good, down-home folks, man. Not to sound cliche or weird, but it's the truth. ST, hey, how are you doing? Which amp are you using? I'm using an effects processor called the Tank G by a company called Playwell. And if you look in the description of my videos, I have a link for it. It's not a partner link or nothing like that. It's just a regular link. I'm not one of those channels, hey, if you click on this, I get a kickback. I don't do that. And, yeah, it's the same link that I use to buy it. It's just a regular link. And that's what I'm using. The primary sound is the Tank G. And it has presets in there that are fantastic. Some of them are, I don't care what, it was $79.99 is what it cost. And with with any little effects processor like that, you're going to have some tones or patches that sound like crap. And you're going to have some that sound okay, but if you tweak them, they sound really good. So that's what I did. I got the Tank G, and I found a patch that I like, and I tweaked it. And I said, man, that sounds like in between a modern Van Halen tone and something else. I don't know. Then again, maybe it just, I don't know. It's just my opinion, but the Tank G, I love it. It's under $80, man. You can't beat that. Rod says that guitar sounds incredible. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. No, I don't have the head rush no more. I sold it. That was one of the things I did sell on my Reverb store at the beginning of the year. I didn't play that head rush that much. I really didn't. I didn't play it that much. It was okay. It was user friendly, but I don't know, man. I couldn't find even though I would tweak stuff and they had a cool thing like a cloud or something. You could go when people would upload patches that you could download, and that was all cool, but I just couldn't find nothing that hit me like this patch has on with the Tank G. That just, boom, that thing just hit me. I was like, damn. I said, get that head rush and sell that thing. And that head rush was like $1,200 when I got it new at the time. Tank G, $79.99. I was like, and I just used two sound. I got the dirty sound, and then the button next to it, I click for a clean. That's all I need. And it's perfect. But it's just, everybody's different. What works for me might not work for you, and everybody's just chases after different tone, I think. But that's what I like. That what you heard is what I like. Brendan, thank you, man. He says, yeah, baby. Thank you very much. Very kind. G. Johns. Awesome, Joe. Simply awesome. Thank you, man. You're too kind. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sticking around and listening to the music, man. And I'm very grateful of that. Thank you. Alan Webster chimes in, hey, Joe, stop driving trucks. Make money playing that was... Oh, man, I wish, brother. Thank you. I wish I could, man. My hope... Why don't I switch cameras, man? Cameraman. My hope is over time, and I know it's going to take time, this channel will grow some more. And if the good Lord's willing, it'll keep growing, and it'll be a nice little income when I retire. If nothing happens and my health is here and people stick around and people subscribe. By the way, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And hit that thumbs up, please. That's all I ask, man. You're not going to hear me ask for money. You're not going to hear me say, I got an affiliate link here. Now, once in a while, I'm just as guilty as anybody. Once in a while, I've done a promotional thing for a guitar or a piece of gear. Yeah, I've done that. Because, I mean, you got to get your name out there somehow. And when you're doing this by yourself, I have no promotional team. I have nothing. I have just me. And this is the only way right here I can interact with my audience is doing a live stream. This is it. And then I try to do a video once a week. Well, when I'm working and stuff, it's hard, man. I work a lot of hours at night. And so that's why this week I've just been going in content overload, trying to do what I can. And I mean, look, I'm here to tell you, I've been on vacation this week and I haven't seen my family that much. You know why? Because I've been going here, there, over here, trying to film, trying to record. Then you got to edit all that stuff. You don't just film it and go, okay, you want to try to make it where it looks a little decent, where it's, somebody's going to watch it. There's a lot to it, man. I mean, for me, just look at some of the big channels, somebody that really puts time in their production. I mean, that's what I do. I watch them. And it's not that I'm watching the subject matter or listening. I'm watching how their video is produced. A lot of these bigger channels, they got a team of people. And I was like, they got a guy that's filming all the time. That's his job. He's a cameraman. They got a guy that's running sound. They got an editor. And I was like, damn, they must be doing pretty good. And that channel only had 64,000 subs. And that's a team of people. It's not just one guy. 64,000 ain't nothing to sneeze at, but to have a team of people, they must be really shooting up in their sub count. And it's not even a guitar channel. It's a food channel. They do food reviews. So there you go. Patrick, hey man. How are you, sir? Hey, Joe, congrats on the new guitar. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Very kind. Thank you. DJI, Johnny Winter next, please. Rock and roll hoochie coo. Rock and roll hoochie coo. I wish I could. I need to learn some other songs. I got plenty of songs on here. And I try to converse with the chat now instead of trying to play too much, because I don't know. I've got on here and played songs. I did like a 2-hour show with just playing music. And you look at the chat and it says like 10 people. I'm like, wow, and you had like 30 to start with, and everybody just goes, phew. And I'm like, yeah, I don't understand. Who doesn't like music? Either I suck that bad, or people would rather hear me talk about it rather than seeing me play it. So from a few weeks ago, I said, from now on, let the chat decide what goes on. I make the chat the biggest part of the show. I'm just trying to be the producer here. I let the chat make sure what direction we go in. Long as it's guitar related and it's not nothing crazy, then we'll go. If the chat says let's talk about this type of guitar or whatever, yeah, we'll do that. I let the chat kind of dictate where we go, because without a chat, you ain't got a show. And I know how that feels. Believe me. Let's see. ST says, thanks. Headrush. Haven't heard of that. Yeah, it's Headrush is a major player in the effects processor game. You got Headrush, you got Helix, and then you got the smaller ones like Zoom, Boss. They got some effects processors, and then you got like these knockoffs from a company called Playwell called Tank G. That's on the more affordable realm, and for me, it worked great. I was like, what have I got to lose? $80? That's not going to break the bank. And I got it. And what I also like about it is that it's rechargeable. So once it's fully charged, it'll run for like, I think it's either 4 to 6 hours on a charge. That's incredible, man. So I have a power bank with a USB cord coming out of that power bank going into the back of the Tank G, and I just turn that power bank on and I let that charge the Tank G. So when it's charged, the power bank just goes off on its own. I don't have to come back in here and turn any switches off. That's what I do. Brendan, what's up, man? Thank you. All right, let's see here. Yeah. Talking about that tech that probably passed away, right? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mick. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Very nice. Let's see. Let's move on down here. And I got Rick. Hey, man. How are you doing? He says, I got them Taco Bell Blues. Great jam. Thank you, man. That's what I just tortured myself. Not last night, but night before. Because I couldn't eat anything because of my procedure. So I had to, go through that whole routine. And I'm laying there trying to go to sleep, and I'm watching people do these food challenges with Taco Bell. I was like, damn. We're going to eat everything off the menu from Taco Bell. I was like, good God. But I was like, I'd love to have some Taco Bell right now. And I had some today. First time I had Taco Bell, and I couldn't tell you how long. And you know what? It was freaking good. It was good. It's not something I do a lot of, but it was fantastic. Guilty pleasure. Don Morton says, Midtown Music of Easley. I agree. Lynn Rochester was a great tech. He's sorely missed. Yeah. It's hard to find somebody that can work on amps and a tube, tubes, and I guess get amps biased if they need to be. Chick Mac says, I like my Marshall DSL 40. Nice amp and good price. Has a nice clean headroom. It can get down and dirty. I do not have a Marshall amp. The amp pit, I don't have that. I have a cabinet sitting over there with my Boss Katana head, 100-watt head sitting on top of it right there. And there's the Marshall cab, which I got from my son. I traded a Satriani guitar that I upgraded, and we traded even Steven. He said, I'll trade you this Marshall cabinet. I said, you got a deal. And but I've never, ever had a Marshall head. One of these days I will. DJI, man. He says, SRV love playing with Jeff Healey. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. I was listening to Pride and Joy on the way back from Taco Bell. I'm not BSing you. And of course, we've heard Pride and Joy a gazillion times, but I just really, really listened to Stevie's playing on that song. And they recorded that album, what was it, man? The early 80s or something when they played at Jackson Brown's studio because it was Thanksgiving time. They didn't have no money for studio recording time, and Jackson Brown let them use his studio for a few days over the Thanksgiving holiday of that year, and they recorded that whole album in like 2 or 3 days because SRV and Double Trouble was that good. So they went there and knocked it out. But I was listening to his accuracy on playing, and how he would sing and play like that always blew me away. I was like, God almighty. Can you imagine the hours that man put into that instrument on the edge of his bed when he was a kid, and all those gigs he played growing up to master his craft? And he lived the rock and roll lifestyle, and then he got cleaned up, and then he perished in a helicopter crash. I was like, man, I always loved Stevie. I wish I could play like that. There's only one Stevie. He's incredible. All right, let's see. JJ Collins, I want to check out that Tank G unit. I know you really like the Zoom unit you used for years as well. Yes. Zoom G1 Xfour. Yeah, I still have those. Yeah, those are great. AJB, was Ralph bitter about you getting the Buddy Guy guitar? No, he was not. I was nervous that he would be, but no, he said he was happy for me, which I was really glad. Because I thought, man, I hope you don't get upset. But no, that was just sometimes I'm my own worst enemy with stuff. Alan says, yeah, that sounds great. I wish I could do what you do. I still learn every day. I started when I was 14. I'm 60 now and still chase guitar tones. It's crazy sometimes. Nah, dude. Don't say it. You just get in there and get in your own little world, man, and you just pick a song or two that you really like. It can be whatever you want it to be. And just work on that. Just work on that one song, and let's see. Please subscribe. This channel is good. Thank you, Don. That is very nice, man. Thank you. Hot ones with guitars. Yeah. I wish, man. I wish this channel was like that. Man, they're doing really well with that, ain't it? It's, let's see, DJ, I love your playing organic and natural, great tone. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Thank you. I think we're getting down to the catching up here, I think. Let's see. Scott from South Carolina. Hello. Let's give him a round of applause. Dan Hartman's background of vocals made rock and roll hoochie coo. He also played the intro for Free Ride. That's correct. Come on and take a free ride. And you know what's weird? Y'all probably know this already, but I found it odd. There's so many weird, and I'm not throwing shade at this person. I'm just telling you what I've heard. There was a lot of weird, twisted stuff with Vinnie Vincent. The former guitarist of Kiss, and then he had his own thing for a short while, and then everything just kind of went downhill for him, which is horrible. But I think, for me, and I'm not judging anybody, but I think you a lot of things, man. I don't know him. I don't know, but a lot of things I think you bring on yourself, how you treat people and how you do business with people. And if you're kind to somebody and have some common sense, usually you get that in return. If you don't, that's a kind of a rare case, but anyway, he actually played with Dan Hartman in Dan Hartman's early career, Vinnie Vincent. And I think back then his name was Vinnie Corsano or something. I could be wrong, but I went down a couple of wormholes about Vinnie, and the more stuff I hear is like, wow, man, I don't know what was going on there, but either way, I'm not talking smack. He's an incredible guitar player. Hell, just listen to what Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons say when some of those interviews on YouTube from back then. Listen to that. I mean, it's in their books. I have their audiobooks. Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, they talk about it for a brief moment. The guy had a golden opportunity. He kind of ruined it. So he brought that on himself. From what it sounds like to me. And now it's just, who knows what's going on now, but let's see. AJB comments. He says, it's not about your playing, Joe. I think people just want to talk. Community, please don't blame your playing. Most of us would love to have your skills. Oh, thank you, man. I ain't got no skills, man. I'm just a wannabe. Thank you, though. Dave Orkin loved the Tank G. Yeah, he chimed me in about the Tank G. I'd seen it on social media, but he got it before me, and he sent me a message. He goes, dude, you got to check this out. It's a real deal. I said, okay. And so I did, and he was right. So thank you, Dave. I knew Rick Derringer did a lot of work with Johnny Winter, and a bit with Steely Dan. Yeah. Johnny Winter, what an amazing player he was, man. Golly. Oops. I gotta get, okay, Scott from South Carolina, let's see. I used to love the Taco Bell Chilito, but they kept canceling it. There is a lot of things that they had that were really good that they canceled. I don't know. I guess it depends on the market where they had it. I don't know. They did, not to be a fast food thing here, but Taco Bell, I found out it might have been back for a while, but they did bring back the Mexican pizza. And that was one of the things I got tonight. I love those things. They still taste delicious to me. Isn't that horrible? Oh, my God. Alan Webster, I think I have to have surgery on my left hand. My neighbor's dog messed it up. I can't play right now. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Oh, man. God bless you, man. I hope you heal up soon. That's a nightmare. Oh, that is a nightmare, man. Let's see. Who's next? Rex McGee. Hey, man. Hey, Joe. I just joined in. I had to spend some time with my grandson. I love the Midtown Music Store you and Ralph went to. Great people and great store. I just really enjoy your videos and live podcasts. Man, thank you, Rex. Thank you. How nice. Thank you, man. See, it's all about spreading the kindness, man. Thank you so much. That means the world, man. Thank you, Rex. Really. Chick Mac, I remember the day SRV died. What a legend. Very sad. Yes. I remember that too, man. That was, I was like, what? You gotta be kidding me. And then, not to mention, not to get, talk about dark things, but, all the people we've lost this year alone. What in the world, man? You're getting older when you start seeing legends pass you more often, That's like, God almighty, thank God we're here. Don Morton's, Joe, try a Marshall JCM 800 2203. The Marshall tone heard on countless records from the 80s. Thank you for that heads up, because I did not know which one to even go for. JCM 800, okay. I'll probably have to find one that's, of course, I don't guess an original would be available unless you pay a lot of money. So there might be another one out that they doing again. Let's see. Trying to multitask. You can tell I suck at that. The Tank G sounds great, man. Yeah, it does. I mean, for the money, it's incredible. It's incredible. Edwin Crane, I heard stuff about Vinnie Vincent. Yeah, if you want to just sometime, if you're bored and you got nothing to do and you want to take a deep dive into that, man, there is some crazy stuff with that man. And I was like, what? I was like, my goodness. Jimmy Z, how could everything not go downhill for Vinnie Vincent if even 1/10 of the stuff we hear is true? He's a horrible human being. I don't know the guy, but I don't want to throw shade on nobody. I'm just telling you that what I heard, the things I heard. I mean, Mark Slaughter, pull up interviews with Mark Slaughter about that when they worked together, and just, Mark Slaughter, you listen to that. Don't listen to me. Listen to some of that stuff, But it's interesting either way. I mean, I think. And like I said, that old saying, you make your own bed, you lie in it. That's just me. So, but there's been times, I lost my temper with people. Not hardly much, but there has been times, if I've been done wrong, then yeah, the bad side comes out. Rex McGee, hi Joe. I love the Midtown Music Store the other day. Great people. DeVere is very knowledgeable. Yes, he is. Thank you, Rex. Yes, he is very knowledgeable. Very nice people. What? Edwin. Oh my goodness. Chick Mac. I love some Steve Lukather too. He's been on a lot of albums you know nothing about. Yeah. There's a couple of songs I've heard, and chances are if you heard some of those popular songs in the 80s that Luke more than likely played on it somehow or another. And I would love to see, because a lot of that stuff, I remember he said, I got his book, The Gospel According to Luke, the audio book. It's fantastic. And there's a lot of those songs, he had to sign a NDA. He couldn't talk about it. And I was like, even today? I was like, but man, I remember when he was on, when X was Twitter, and why people still call it Twitter blows my mind. It's not Twitter, it's X. But I'm not on there. I deleted my account when it went to X, but I never did a lot on Twitter. When it was Twitter, I never did a lot on there anyway. But when Steve Lukather was on there, on Twitter back then, I asked him about a certain song. I was like, man, did you play on this? It's a song by Billy Ocean called Loverboy, and it was huge in the mid-'80s. I always loved that song. And the guitar sounds really cool, and I can tell it's got a little tapping on it, which almost every guitar solo in the 80s had tapping on it. And I was like, I've always wondered, is that Steve Lukather, or who is that? And because he was the man that was always doing those stuff in the studio, right? So I asked him, and he didn't answer. He kind of went around it and said something else. And then, of course, everybody if you really want to know, look up his stuff on Google it. I was like, oh my God, people just turned into a-holes just like that. And I was like, good Lord, was I talking to y'all? No. So, that just wasn't going to work. Okay. Don Morton said, that Marshall I mentioned earlier is a 100-watt head. Nice. Scott from South Carolina, we were talking about Vinnie Vincent and other things. He says, Vinnie Vincent has a short man complex. Yeah, I always heard he was not tall, not a tall person. And look, man, I just thought it was kind of odd when they had the Kiss Expo in Atlanta years ago, and Eddie Trunk was there and he was able to get an interview with Vinnie. And I saw some of that on YouTube, and I thought, I don't know. I kind of thought, what is Vinnie wearing? I was like, what? I was like, I mean, to each his own, but I thought, okay. I just thought it was kind of odd, but who am I? Look what I'm wearing. A damn Fender t-shirt and a Fender hat and some damn glasses. So I ain't nobody. Alan Webster, I've been thinking about life lately. Everyone seems to be passing away. Ozzy and stuff makes you think about things. It does, doesn't it? I mean, Yeah. You know, it's sad. And that's when stuff makes you put things in perspective a little bit. I think it does me anyway, you know. AJB, remember that so many of those guys were messed up on drugs and alcohol. They went from rags to riches overnight, and they were out of their minds. Oh, God, yeah. You know, I used to, when I was younger, that was always my dream. To make it in music somehow. And then now that I'm older, a lot older, I see how some of those musicians turned out. And if they didn't watch their money, they didn't do too well. And which is sad. But so they say hindsight's always 20/20, but I look now and I'm like, I'm glad I didn't go down that path. I'm glad I just got a job and worked. And but anyway, it's all about playing music for me. And just get on here and playing is fun, and that's enough. I don't need to be on some big stage. It'd be cool. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have to have that. Let's see. Don Morton, Sweetwater, and others have the Marshall JCM 800. 2203, one of the best rock amps ever built. Mesa Boogie, dual rectifiers, another great one. Thank you, Don, for letting me know that. I need to look into. Oh Lord, I can't look into it right now. All right, Don, don't get me in no trouble now. I'm kidding. Josh Garland, hello. How are you? What's the difference between a Fender Champion 100 and a Twin? Would a Twin be louder? Honestly, I don't know. I'm sure there'll be somebody in here that could tell you, my friend. That I can't answer. I do not know. I don't know a lot about Fender amps at all. Mostly because for me, they're too clean. But I'm almost positive that song is Luke or Dan Huff. You know what? You're right. Dan Huff did a lot of studio stuff. He still does. I forgot about Dan Huff. That's a good observation, JJ. Don Morton. Luke is a monster player. He's like the Frank's Red Hot of guitarists. He plays on everything. Yeah, he's incredible. And he's very humble, too. That's why I like Steve Lukather. He's very humble. He's not I'm a hot shot. I don't get that vibe from him at all. He's very humble. Let's see. I'm trying to get to this one here if the chat will let me do it. Randall, he says, I love jazz and easy listening music, and I did not like jazz as a kid. Taste change. I love Elvis, Firehouse, Reba, Olivia Newton-John, and Barry Manilow. There you go. Yeah, man, taste change when you get older. Yeah, absolutely. And that's normal. But that's a good thing. That shows that you're maturing, and, that's good. That's really good, man. Good deal. Mr. Alan Webster chimes in. He says, it makes you realize life isn't that long for anyone. Then you think about yourself and your life and all the family stuff, etc. Yes, you ain't kidding. I mean, like I said, my wife and I have been together right at 20 years almost, and it's went by like that, man. And it doesn't seem like it. It really doesn't. Let's see here. Let's see. Whoops. Oh man, I can't magnify it. Let's see. AJB, Dan Huff recently created a YouTube page. I'm excited to hopefully learn more about his career. He just now created a YouTube page? Wow. Man. Ain't that something? Well, that's awesome. Randall Vandergriff says, my favorite amps are Custom Tuck and Roll from the 70s. First amplifiers I ever noticed or paid attention to. Nice, man. Very nice. Let's see. All right, here we go. JJ has an answer, I think, for that question about the Fender. Champion 1 is a solid state combo and 100 watts. The Twin is roughly 80 watts tube and would be much louder. The tube amp would be louder. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you, JJ, because I did not know at all. Very interesting. Whoops. What in the world happened here? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Derek Christensen. Hey, how are you, man? Welcome. I guess at 58, still listening to prog death metal. I'm a child still. No, there ain't nothing wrong with that, my friend. You like what you like. I like what I like. You know. Nah, man, no. I don't think that. Everybody likes music. Is subjective, man. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Let's see. Edwin Crane says, my dad was 45 when I was born. I still listen to his big band tapes. Wow. Man, that's awesome. Chick Mac says that David Gilmour seems humbled by some of his interviews. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yep, he does. Trying to get to Josh's comment. Okay, thanks. I have a Champion 100, but I'm looking for more power. Something that can be heard a mile away. There you go. Get the tubes, man. The tubes, baby. Those tubes will power you up. Yeah. Let's see. Mr. Don Morton chimes in. He says, Dan Huff has a solo CD, download album out now. Really good. That cat has played on everything. Yeah, you ain't kidding. What an incredible player. Man. Golly. Those guys are amazing. Derek Christensen, I like my triple X and triple rectifier. Got both in 2012 for $600 each. Wow. That's fantastic, man. Dang. Good. Mr. Rex McGee, I thought the other day, I think it cut off on him. He didn't get to finish his statement. I thought the other day of Midtown Music, and that's it. Maybe he'll type it out again. Maybe something happened. He got interrupted. We're still here, Mr. Rex, so feel free to type it in again. Randall says, do you like Air Supply or the Bee Gees? I remember hearing those when I was a lot younger. I wasn't really big on Air Supply. Bee Gees had some cool songs when I was a kid. I mean, they just had a cool sound. I mean, their harmonies were incredible. And then the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, of course, that was awesome when I was a kid. I always thought it was cool. But they're definitely talented. I think are any of them left still living? Or are they all passed on? I don't know. Don Morton, JJ Collins, you're right. The Twin would be louder because it's a tube amp. Let's see here. See if I can get this chat to move. Here we go. Oh man, I had it and it moved on me. It jumped. Okay, Scott from South Carolina. He chimes in. Anyone know why Gilmour and Waters hate each other? I do not. I never followed Pink Floyd that much, to be honest with you. It just didn't do nothing for me, just personally. Every time I heard one of those songs, I was like, damn, I feel depressed. I just couldn't get on. I couldn't get on board with that music. Just for me. It doesn't mean they're bad. It just didn't do nothing for me. All right, Mr. Rex McGee, he says, you had your eye on that beautiful Fender Strat, that blue one with the maple neck. Beautiful guitar. Yeah, that was a beautiful guitar, that blue Strat. It was really nice, yes. Yeah, it was gorgeous. Josh Garland, would a Marshall 100-watt head and 412 cap be good enough? Oh, my God, yeah, absolutely. It would be good, man. It would pierce some ears, I think. Yes, absolutely. You get some power there. Let's see here. All right, here we go about Gilmore and Waters. Let's see. Or, I'm sorry, who was it? Yeah, let's see. Scott, I think that Waters was a control freak, and they butted heads on where Pink Floyd was heading. Waters seemed like a tool to me, Chick Mac says. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, like I said, I could, that just music wasn't for me, wasn't my cup of tea. Let's see, who else we got? Man, what in the world? Okay, here we go. Midtown Music, easily, still in the house. Man, yeah. Still hanging in there. Thank you. Thank you, DeVere. He says, if you want to be louder than a twin reverb, you want a PV Mace. It worked for Skinner. I believe Fender made the Super Twin at 180 watts, which the Nuge used. Talking about Ted Nugent. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Cool. Let's see here. See if I can get this thing to move. Rod chimes in. He goes, I have a Bugera 333 XL and 3 412 cabs playing my crate at the moment, and also have a Champion 100 I rarely play. Good gosh. Dang, Ron, you got some power there, man. Interesting, man. I like to hear what other people have, too. Wouldn't it be cool? Well, I think it'd be cool. Y'all might think it's crazy, but wouldn't it be cool if we could all do a meetup and just hang out and talk? Wouldn't that be awesome? Man. Okay, let's see. Rex McGee, when I was a young bass player in the 70s, I played... Oh, the message cut off again. Oh, man. Man. Mr. McGee must be trying to do a voice to text and must be getting a phone call or something. I don't know. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get this to work. Scott from South Carolina. Barry Gibb is 78, the oldest and only survivor of the Bee Gees. He lost his 3 brothers, including Andy. Yes. I didn't know if Barry was still alive or not. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I remember Andy Gibb when I was a kid. He had that, I remember, I'm showing my age. I remember I had his 8-track called Shadow Dancing, and that was a big deal back then. I remember he was hooked up with Victoria Principal. She was off that show called Dallas back then. And I think his older siblings blamed her for their little brother's death. I remember he was on Solid Gold for a while when I was young. Remember that show, Solid Gold? I bet people are like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I remember that show, and he was on there for a while. And then he died. And I was like, oh, man. Sad. And nowadays, why people want to mess with illegal substances is beyond my comprehension. Because I'm like, everything is laced. Why would you even want to do that? That's just, I don't get it. But anyway, this is a guitar channel. All right, let's see. Mr. Rick Spears says, hey, Joe, do any of the stores you've been visiting have reverb stores? I know a lot of brick and mortar stores do nowadays. To be honest with you, Mr. Spears, that's something that we're going to really crack down on, because I didn't think about that when we were doing it, because I assumed if the stores had that, they would have told, because some of the owners didn't want to be on camera, and they didn't tell me, because I would talk to the owners first and say, like, how long have you been here? How long have you been in business? Whatever. What is there anything, any special prices or discounts or sales going on right now or something? And some of them would just kind of be, yeah, well, we've been here X amount of years and blah, blah, and they really didn't want to say a lot, but they were kind enough to let us come in and film, which is the whole point of us being there. But most of them I didn't ask, because I thought maybe they would tell me if they did. Now, I know Pecknell Music, they told me they sell online. Now, I don't know if it's their own site or Reverb. I didn't ask that. But that's something I'm going to start asking at the rest of these stores, because Ralph and I are still trying to figure it out. We're still pretty new at this, so we're learning as we go. But I do know that Midtown doesn't. They don't. I know that much. That's what I was told. But hopefully with the next ones we do, we're going to try our best to make sure we answer that question, because a lot of people are asking that. So we're trying our best. Just please be patient with us, and we just hope that you're still around when we're keep doing more of these store reviews, guitar shop reviews, because we're going to plan on keep going. It's just going to take some time. Nate in Tallahassee. All right. I just joined the stream, and I spy a sweet new Strat back there. Congratulations. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, we played it. Cameraman, camera one, please. Yeah, right there. We just played it a while ago, Nate. Yeah, man. The Buddy Guy Strat. And I was able to acquire that this afternoon. Yeah, man. Yeah. Chick Max says, Joe, you might like the Comfortably Numb by Floyd, one of the greatest solos. Yeah. It is a great solo, but again, it does nothing for me. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know, man. Let's see. I'm trying to get this chat to scroll. Not y'all. Just trying to get it to scroll gets really tricky sometimes. Let's see. Josh Garland, man, this channel is so cool. Thank you, Josh, man. Thank you. We need a woo from Ric Flair. Nature Boy, hit it. Woo! Thank you. Again. Woo! Oh, give me a yeah. Woo! All right. Awesome. Let's see. Let's get this thing to move here. Oh, Miss Ryan, still here. Wow. Man, thank you. Miss Ryan says, DeVere and I listened to Fame and Solid Gold in the car. That's awesome. Josh Garland says, y'all are helping me out. 100%. There you go, man. That's what this community is all about. Trying to spread knowledge and help. Because I'm going to, if I don't know, I'm going to tell you. I don't know, but if there's something I can help, I'll be more than glad to let you know. But that's what's good about the community, because they will help. We got good people here, man. And let's see if we can make this move. Chick Mac says, I remember seeing Andy Gibb on Solid Gold. Yes, I'm old. I do too, man. I remember Solid Gold. I remember that. Oh boy, yeah, that was a big thing back then, because people of today's generation, they have no clue what it was like. Of course, they don't have a clue, but you try to explain to somebody, and they're like, "Huh? You only had 3 or 4 channels? How is that possible?" Well, that's the way it was. You had a few channels. You had a PBS channel, and that was it. And if the president was on doing a speech, you were screwed, because it was on everything except PBS, and you'd put it on there, and And they was always doing a telethon or something.
We're trying to raise money here for the.
I'm like, yeah, whatever. But anyway, okay, let's go back to the chat. Thank y'all for keeping this show going. We're over 2 hours and we're still going strong. And like I've said before, if the chat stays strong, I'm going to stay here. You know? Don Morton, the meetup is a good idea. I'm a member of another online guitar discussion forum. We do group jams a couple of times a year. That's awesome. That's awesome. Man. Yeah, that'd be cool. Scott from South Carolina, Jimmy Vaughn Strat is a good player. It's a Tex-Mex, yes. Pickups and the neck shape by his specs. Buy it if you see it. Yeah, I remember when those came out years ago. Those were nice. Yeah, Don, you talking about the meetup? Wouldn't it be cool if we could? I know I'm just, just pretending, I guess, in my mind. But if we could meet up and we have a few amps sitting out, and people could just jam together and play and a couple of backing tracks, or they could just do whatever. Man, that'd be cool, man. That would be cool. Have some hot dogs and hamburgers out there. Everybody just hanging out and meeting everybody. Man, I'd love that. I would love that. Pooh Ninja, what's going on, man? He says, no patience, no mercy. Strike hard, strike first, no mercy. No, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. I got that wrong, didn't I? Man. Oh, Lordy. Let's see. Don Morton, he says, Midtown Music, South Carolina. I remember Fame and Solid Gold. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that very well. Very well. What was another show when I was young that was on? And because, like I said, it was, you only had a few channels. What was Dance Fever. Oh, my God. Anybody remember that? Dancing. It was a show called Dance Fever, and they would actually come out and compete. It was like disco dancing, whatever you call it. And they would compete for a grand prize. I bet I'm on my own on that one. I'm too old. People probably like, Dance Fever, what are you talking about? Do you have a fever? I'm like, no. Let's see. We're man on this chat, man. Let's see. Here we go. Mickey Settleminer said, woo, yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, man. I had it and it just jumped. Leo Metal Guy. Okay, we'll start there. Hey, brother. What's going on? Leo Metal Guy. How are you, man? Good to see you. I'm trying my best to do this chat, and this thing is popping, which is awesome. Josh Garland, JJ Collins, thanks. Yeah, that's a good price. I'm looking at them now. Oh, Josh gonna pull the trigger on on something. He gonna pull the trigger. We'll be getting Ric Flair back out here, the Nature Boy, here in a minute. Uh-oh. Yeah, old school Nature Boy in the house. Yeah, Ric Flair. That was he was huge when I was a kid, a youngster, as they say. He was freaking all over. What was it? What was the territory called? Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. That was the Carolina territory. Mid-Atlantic. Every Sunday morning they'd be on TV. The Dog Puck. What's going on? I remember the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. That's history, man. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Let's see if I can make this move. Let's see here. Midtown Music of Easley. Hey, he says Austin City Limits every Saturday night. Yeah. My two favorite Austin City Limits episodes is and it's no particular order. It was Eric Johnson. I always loved Eric Johnson. When he did the Cliffs of Dover, you can see it on YouTube. It's got a gazillion views. And Steve Ray Vaughan. That was just incredible. You you want to see excellence, watch those. And it'll make you want to throw your guitar down, you know. Don Morton, he says, I vote for the Boss Katana. That's a great amp. I got the 100-watt head right there. It's all solid state, and it does great. You can do check this out. You can do half a watt, 50 watts, or 100 watts just by turn of a dial. And to me now, just for me, it's incredible. You could probably find them used for a great deal. I love mine. I love it. It's absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Hey, Miss Ryan. Miss Ryan's still here. Wow, thank you so much. That's so awesome. We remember when music used to be on TV. We are 70s babies. Yeah, that deserves some flair, man. Come on. Flair.
Today, I've got the style and profile like never before. Woo!
Yeah, thank you, Rick. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I was born in 1970, so I'm starting to get some age on me now, man. Let's see. There's Mr. Rex. Let's see what he's got to say. When I was a young bass player in the 70s, I played through 2 Marshall stacks. I had 2 1960A and 2 1960B cabs. I used a 200-watt bass head and a Super Lead 100-watt head. Man, Rex got it going on. Mickey Settlemeyer says, I remember watching Golden Earring play Radar Love on American Bandstand. That's another show I didn't, that and Soul Train, all that stuff, man, those shows were huge back then. Come on every Saturday or every weekend. American Bandstand and Soul Train. It was just, I was into that breakdance and stuff when I was a teenager, so I would put it on Soul Train, man, and I would watch them breakdance. And I was like, yeah, trying to learn some new moves, you know. And it was, I was decent back then, but I couldn't do it now. I'd probably break a hip. But back then, I was into that stuff hard and heavy, man, believe it or not. Oh, boy. Thank God social media wasn't around then. Edwin Crane, the Solid Gold Dancers, got me through some situations. Edwin, you crazy. Let's see. Don Morton, Midtown Music of Easley. Hey, the Midnight Special and Don Krishner's rock concert were a must-see TV back in the day. Yes, it was, man. See, we're getting to some classic stuff now. You get down my alley with that stuff now. Yeah. Oops. Let's see if I can get this. This thing here. Okay, here we go. Scott from South Carolina, Mama Ken is a good Aerosmith song to crank the amp up to. Aerosmith is awesome. I one of their songs I like to play, I don't have it on here currently, but it's Sweet Emotion. I love, that is just a pumping song, man. I hear that song, it just gets me pumped up. It's a fun song to play, too. Chick Mac, maybe off the subject, what's your favorite guitarist from Ozzy? Zakk Wylde for me. Yeah. I can't play like those guys, but man, I love to hear him play. You ever have a guitar player that you just love to hear play? And Eric Johnson's one. Those guys are just, I'll never play like that. And it's just too, I just don't have that technical prowess for that type of playing. But some guys I just like to watch. I'm like, damn. And then after a while, I'll be like, man, shoot, turn that off, man. I can't. I'll never be able to do that. Anyway, Rex McGee, he says that, of course, now I'm a pedal steel player. I had that hand surgery I told you about, so I took pedal steel. I couldn't play bass anymore. Oh, man. Mr. McGee, at least you can still play, my friend. You're still playing music. Thank God, right? You're still playing music. You just had to kind of bob and weave a little bit, but at least you're still playing, sir. Thank God. I'm sorry about your accident. Mr. Rod, I saw Bryan Adams and Loverboy for the first time on American Bandstand. Bandstand. We're going to Harlem. We're going to Harlem. I remember that. Dick Clark never aged, did he? He never aged, man. Uh-oh. Don got it. Here we go. Dance Fever, hosted by Danny Terrio. Hadn't thought about that show in years. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when that would come on, and I was just a little kid, and I thought, man, that is so cool. And people be dancing and stuff, you know. What am I doing? They weren't dancing like that, but and I don't know, it was just a different world back then, and it wasn't that long ago, but then again, it kind of was, right? Edwin Crane, ECW at one point. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. Where am I at here? Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. Leo Metal Guy. What's up, man? He goes, Joe, I'm Rick Flair. The styling, profiling, limousine riding, jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun. If you don't like it, learn to love it. And you top it off with a woo! There'll never be another Nature Boy, man. I mean, he's just awesome. Let's see. Whoops. Midtown Music was Roy Buchanan of ACL should be in the Smithsonian. All right. Let's see. They're talking to each other here. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Another Midtown Music. Barney Miller made me pick up the bass, and I can't be the only one. I always love that. And then the guitar. That was just a cool groove, man. And then when WKRP in Cincinnati was going off, I mean, when I was a kid, I was like, what is that guy saying? It was like, you know, went to a party in a I was like, I don't know what he's saying. but the guitar was kicking, you know. And then had that little Mary Tyler Moore with the kitty cat, you know. I'm old, man. I'm old. All right, favorite Ozzy guitarist. The Dogpa says Randy Rhoads, hands down. Okay, there we go. Randall Vandergriff says Rory Clark for me. He plays so good. Rory Clark's an amazing guitar player. Amazing. That man was absolutely incredible. I didn't care for Hee Haw. That was when I was a little kid, and I just never cared for that. Nothing like that. When I go spend a night with my grandparents, they had, there was one of these three things was on the TV. It was either Gunsmoke, 60 Minutes, the news, or, so there's four things, or Hee Haw, one more, Lawrence Welk. So it was one of those five things. And it was boring. Oh, man. All right, let's see. Kristen, Derek says, I love the 10-string BC Rich Aerosmith used on Dream On. It's still my dream guitar to own. I haven't owned one yet. Wow. I didn't know they used that on that song. Wow, that's interesting. Who do we have here? Live to play guitar. Hello. Hi, Joe. What's your favorite neck profile the most? I would say the the C profile. Where am I at? What am I doing? On the Strat here. I'd say that would be mine. As far as Strat goes, that would be it. And I love Strats. Yeah. Yeah, it is, that's my favorite neck profile. I love that. It just fits my hands. To me, fits my hands perfect. Scott from South Carolina chimes in. My dad always told me Chet Atkins was the best. I didn't believe him until I was much older. I bought a Gretsch and tried to play fingerstyle with a thumb pick. That is something I cannot do. Is finger pick. I can't do that to save my tail. I just never could get my fingers to go in that kind of motion. I tried it and it's a train wreck, man. I was like, nope, that ain't working. And so how bluegrass, don't be so crass. How bluegrass players do it is beyond me. My hat's off to people that play bluegrass, because that is not easy. That is not easy to do at all. And I used to mock that kind of music when I was little, and then I got older and I was like, yeah, smarty pants, try it, see if you can do it. And I tried, I was like, oh my God. So they got my respect quick. Mr. Rex McGee, yes, I love playing pedal steel, and I'm with my old country band, and we're gigging, and I'm definitely blessed to still be playing music. I love this community of guitar players and comments. Thank you, Mr. Rex. Thank you for your kindness, man. Thank you, everybody, for your kindness. People that's been leaving such nice comments on the videos. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And it's just, I'm just overjoyed. Let's see. Mr. Don Morton chimes in. He says, Tom Schultz of Boston is one of my favorites. Saw them in 79, Little John Coliseum, touring to support their self-titled debut album, Sammy Hagar, open. It was awesome, Don says. Yeah, and that's really cool, man, because I have Sammy Hagar's audiobook read, My Uncensored Life and Rock. And if you haven't checked out that audiobook, check it out, man. And not only does he go into the Van Halen years, but he talks about when he left Montrose and became a solo artist, and he talks about being on that tour, opening up for Boston. And people can say what they want, but Sammy put the work in to get to where he eventually ended up. He worked his butt off, so he deserves every bit of success that he has. Another thing I love about Sammy is that, you know what he did? He didn't just come into the music business, he didn't just come into it like, okay, I'm here, I'm going to make an album. He worked, man. He did blue-collar jobs for a long time. And then he had to work his way into, to earn his spot, really. So Sammy, to me, has always been the blue-collar rocker. They say call him the red rocker, but to me, he's always been the blue-collar rocker. And that's I can relate to him so much, because when he talks in interviews, he's really level-headed. He doesn't come across as cocky or arrogant. He's just a down-to-earth guy. But I love Boston. I love Boston so much, especially Tom Schultz. I got the Rockman X100 pedal when it came out earlier this year. That pedal recreates the Rockman tone just to the T. It's perfect. If you don't have one of those pedals, get one of those pedals if you love that type of classic rock. I mean, when you hear that, you're like, yep, that's Boston. And I had the little Rockman headphone amp when I was a teenager, when they had come out, and it was a big deal back then. I still have 2 original modules still to this day. And let's see. Rico B stepped away for dinner. Glad to see y'all are still hanging out. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, man, for returning. Thank you. Let's see. Live to play guitar. Joe, do you like Vinny Moore? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's incredible. Absolutely. Yeah, man. A lot of those guys. I remember, do y'all remember, I'm sure y'all will, everybody remembers this if we're all the same age bracket. Remember those Starlicks videos, the VHS tape Starlicks? And put them in the VCR and you're like, all right, well, I'm going to learn how to play this today. And you like, and of course, those guys would get on there and they just be showing off. This is how I play the solo for whatever it is. And they just, this is how it is slow. I'm like, dude, you didn't slow it down. They got paid all that money just to sit there and show off and make you go, man, damn. Make you go in your room and practice some more. And to me, it's different for everybody. Everybody progresses at different levels with guitar. For me, I think I've hit, the height I'm going to hit as far as technique and stuff. And what I always wanted to accomplish, you got to set goals for yourself, how good you want to be. It depends on how much you practice. It's the same cliche things you hear with everything else. But for me, I wanted to be good enough to be in a really good bar band, because I've seen some damn good bar bands in my time, man. And those guys were incredible. And playing for those clubs and all that, to me, that was like, that's amazing. And people having a good time. And there's like maybe 150 people there. It's not a big coliseum. And the setting is very intimate, and the guys are just jamming and playing, man. And I'm like, that's what I want to do. So I just tried to get good enough to where I could be at a bar band level. And that's, hopefully that's where I'm at. I don't know. But that's what I always shot for. And then reality set in, and I had to go to work. So, but I still love playing. At least I can still play. At least I can play for y'all from time to time. And, let's see, let's see here. Rico B. Joe, did you see my selling guitars question from earlier? If so, I'll rewind. Can you ask it again, please? Selling guitars question. I might have missed it. Just ask, what was it? Can you put it again? I'll be glad to address it. I'm doing my best to try to stay on top of this. And I'm sure I had to kind of go down and catch up, because I played a song or two and I was like 12 minutes behind with the chat. So if you could you could paraphrase it if you feel like it, but I don't recall it. So I might have missed it, man. I'm sorry. I do my best to try to get to everybody. Let's see. Derek chimes in. Christensen, he says, I had a surfer as a kid, 1978. I saw Kiss, and my mom got me a freaking accordion. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Kiss, man, they were incredible in their time. They were at the right place at the right time. And it's, let's see. I'm trying to catch up here. Tom Scholz is a genius. Built his own amps and went to MIT. Yes. Yeah, incredible. And they recorded that first album in Tom Scholz in his basement of his house. He had built all of that equipment. He was just freaking mad genius, man. Thank God for Tom Scholz. I mean, we wouldn't have that awesome tone if it wasn't for him. There's been some game changers in guitar, and he's definitely on Mount Rushmore, in my opinion. Mount Rushmore guitarist, legendary guitarist. And there's more than 4, so this Mount Rushmore's big, right? Chick Mac, 5150 came out the year I graduated high school. Wore that cassette out. Sammy is one cool dude, yeah. That's, believe it or not, man, that was the first... When I really got into Van Halen was 5150, when I took notice of Van Halen. I was really late to the game when it came to Van Halen. I was 16 in 1986. I was in 10th grade. Yeah. I was supposed to have been in 11th, but I failed 7th grade, so I was a grade behind. But I did graduate, 89. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see. I strive for a bar band made in the 1990s, now in a wheelchair and walker. Oh, Derek, I'm sorry, man. Well, hopefully you can still play, man. You can still strum a guitar or something. I hope you're here. I hope you're having a good time here. You know, let's see. Scott from South Carolina. Let's see. I think the Buddy Guy guitar has a V-shaped neck, like the Jimmy Vaughn. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. What did I say? Oh, I said C-shape. I'm sorry. I said C. I said I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Scott. Sorry about that. Yeah, I fall short too a lot of times. You know. Okay, Rico. Let's see. He says that Joe, what's your advice on selling guitars on Reverb? Okay. Yeah, I did not see that question before. Okay, my advice, Rico, is if you're going to sell guitars, stay away from Craigslist, stay away from Facebook Marketplace, Reverb only. That's my opinion. And the reason I say that is because you don't have to go meet anybody. You can set your price. Your store, your virtual store is open 24/7. It doesn't cost you any money to list the guitars. Make sure you put a good description of your guitars. Make sure you have at least 10 photos of the guitar, not 3, not 4, at least 10. Front, back, sides, headstock, back of the headstock. If there's any dings or scratches, point those out. Don't try to be sneaky. Point those out because you're putting your name on the line. But to me, Reverb is the way to go because you don't have to go meet anybody. If you do Facebook Marketplace, you sell a guitar, you go meet John Doe. This guy walks up and you never met this guy. You don't know this guy from Adam. He's got dirty hands. He probably looks like he's been high for a couple of days. He goes, "Hey man, I talked to you on Facebook Marketplace. Let me see that guitar." And he takes it and he's trying to mess with it. And what if he drops it? Or what if he runs off with it? Or what if he tries to chew you down another $100? And then he says, "Never mind." He gives it back to you and it's all effed up. So Reverb to me is, I've had my success with Reverb. Now you got to crawl before you walk. So, and what I mean by that is put you a few guitars on there and, like I said, be honest, have a good description because it's your store. So, be creative with your descriptions, Don't lie, but just say, "Hey, man, this is, I've had this for this long. It's been a great guitar. I haven't had any problems with it. If there's any upgrades, say that, and just be truthful. And that way, the person knows what they're getting if you sell it. And you don't have to go meet anybody. Now, Reverb takes a percentage. So what? How else? Like I said before, if it wasn't for Reverb, I wouldn't have sold 16 guitars and an amp. There's no way I could have sold that on Facebook Marketplace. There's no way. I don't have time to go meet people. I got to go to work. I work nights, so for me, Reverb all the way. Don't mess with that other stuff. To me, that's just a waste of time. That's just my 2 cents. Do with that what you will. Let's see. Tom Scholes got producing credits and made more than the other members. Always sad about Brad Delp passing away with all that talent. I wish I could sing like that. You ain't kidding. His voice was incredible. Man. You know, Boston did a tour, I don't know, man, was it 5-6 years ago? And they got a guy to sing, and he sounded just like Brad Delp. And I remember it was on YouTube, and I was like, where did they find this guy? And they found him. He was working at Home Depot. And that's where they found him. He did a YouTube video of singing some Boston songs, and they Tom Schultz saw him and got in touch with him, and kind of like the Journey Cinderella story, you know. And that guy went and did a tour or two with him. And I was like, damn. I guess he went back to Home Depot when he got done. I don't know, but hey, who else can say they sang with Boston or went on tour with Boston? I mean, that's a pretty damn good feather to put in your hat, you know. That's impressive. That's impressive. Maybe it led to something else. I don't know. Don Morton, imagine what cool gear Tom Schultz and Alexander Dumble could have built working together. Two mad geniuses working on the same project. Yeah, ain't that something? That's why I kind of wish Jimi Hendrix would have lived longer and could have met Eddie Van Halen. You know, and I don't know, because Hendrix was doing a lot of the dive bombs, and of course everything was, you know, a lot of it went out of tune and all. But if he could have somehow met Eddie, and Eddie said, "Hey man, check this out as a Floyd Rose," and I'm sure Jimmy would have found out anyway. But still, if they could have jammed together or something, that'd have been incredible, man. But it was never meant to be, was it? Sad. Live to play guitar. Hey Joe, I totally love playing my first Les Paul 2024 Standard 50s. It's such a great feeling player. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I love to read people's excitement about a guitar that they got. You know, it's incredible. And that's good, man. It's supposed to make you feel good. Let's see. I'm trying to keep up here. Rex McGee, thank you, Don Morton, for that compliment. Yes, pedal steel is a great instrument, and it is country music. It definitely requires a lot of practice, and I never stop learning. It's very challenging. I don't say all pedal steel players do it, man. So my hat's off to you, sir. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh man, I had it and it just. Let's see. Okay, let's see. See if I can do this now. Derek says our local store let us meet Facebook sales. There's no kidding. That's no kidding. What? Okay. Let's see. Midtown Music of Easley. My dad's claim to fame was when his band Grand Junction played for Neil Young's birthday party at his ranch in the mid-'70s. He said Neil didn't play and enjoyed his day off. How about that? That's cool, man. Dang. That's awesome. Let's see. Okay. Edwin Crane says, one of the things I miss most about my youth is cruising the mall with the tunes blasting. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Yes. Where are you going? Going cruising. That was a big deal, man. Oh, God, yeah. That was huge. The 80s were so awesome. Chick Mac, yes, I highly recommend Reverb. Has sold several pedals on there and an amp. Yeah, I found some great deals on pedals on Reverb. Absolutely, man. I love Reverb. I'll promote them. I mean, for online store, they're incredible. Now, be sure to check your seller's feedback and, do your research, man. Don't just jump on, the first thing you see. Let's see. Pooh Ninja. Something about Jimi Hendrix and Eddie Van Halen meeting up in a a world that never was. He says Jimmy and Eddie and Eventide. Wouldn't that be cool, man? And what is it? Jimmy's studio. What the hell is it? It's still around. God, Electric Lady Studios still around. They still record out of there. I'd love to just go there and see it, and just, I don't know if they let me vlog in there, or vlog. If they would let me do a video in there, probably not, but yeah, I would love to go there and just check it out. Absolutely. Let's see, I think I finally caught up. Wow, that's incredible. Derek says Fender owns it now, Reverb, so waiting to see. I don't know if they own it. I know they're in with some other companies. I read that Reverb wasn't going to change the way they do business. It was going to kind of stay the same. But hey, who am I, man? You know, I'm just I'm just a dude that's, you know, I want to be guitar player on YouTube and trying to do some content. I haven't researched any of that. I just remember hearing Philip McKnight, what he said. He said that things were pretty much going to stay the same, which is good. I mean, especially here lately doing these local guitar shop reviews. I tell you what, man, that has really opened my eyes to the independent store owner and what they have to go through to try to keep things afloat, man. It's not easy. It's not easy. And but I can tell you this from my experience, and I'm sure Ralph would agree with me on this. Every guitar shop we've been into doing these reviews, everybody's been super nice. They really have. And I hope we don't run into one that's going to be rude or crass or whatever. I hope that doesn't happen. But everyone we've went to so far, especially Midtown Music, was exceptionally just over the top kind. And but everybody's been nice, man. And it's just nice to see. It's nice to go in there, man, and, you know, just, I don't know, being treated good. And I'm not saying the big stores don't do that, but I've had more times in Guitar Center where nobody didn't say jack squat, you know, or you get the guitar off the rack or the hook and it's not in tune. It's not set up. There's a string missing. There's 2 knobs missing. It's dusty. And it's like, oh, God. And then if you see a guitar you'd like to try, guess what? It's way up top and you can't get to it. And you have to go get somebody to get a ladder. You know, and I just don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that, you know. But anyway, I like the locals. I really love the local shops, man. Don Morton, whoops. Let me see here. Okay, here we go. Let me showcase it again. I was trying to get the thing to move. Don says he's got to go. Joe, this is the best show, chat jam anywhere online. Thank you, Don. Thanks, man. Proud to be a part of this cool bunch of folks. See you next time. Peace. Thank you, Don. Yeah, we're going to try to go to the 3-hour mark maybe, and we got 15 more minutes, so we'll see how it goes. If people have to go, then we'll shut it down. If they stay, then I'll stay. Let's see. Rico, Joe, I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you trade anything for your new buddy guy? That video comes out tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow to find out the exciting conclusion of the update video at Midtown Music. That comes out tomorrow. So if you can, please tune in tomorrow and all your questions will be answered. Yes. You have to understand, I went and done all that today, got home, sat here and edited everything, put it all together, got it in a nice little package ready to be released on my channel. So I can't really discuss it because it would be all for nothing if I did, you understand. So, but yeah, tune in tomorrow. I will release that at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. And that will answer that question. And yes, but thank you for asking the question, Rico. I appreciate it, man. Anytime somebody shows any interest, I'm very grateful. Let's see. Because we all know there's other things people could be doing. If I can get this thing to move, that would be nice. Okay, let's see. Chick Mac says, yeah, I've been in Guitar Center a few times, and it was like I was invisible. What was that? Wasn't that song a song by Dio? Invisible. I hope I got that right. I don't know. But yeah, yeah. I mean, there has been times that's happened, man. And let's see. Live to play guitar. I have a whole new appreciation for fat, beefy guitar necks on Les Pauls. I'm selling my reissue 84 Kramer. Oh, well, there you go. That'll be one on Reverb, possibly. I cannot play a fat neck. I just can't. I don't have real long fingers, so it's a struggle as it is. So a thicker neck just makes it worse for me. Rico said, "Oh, no worries. I look forward to watching that tomorrow." Thank you, man. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much. Yeah, it'll come out tomorrow, man. Because I knew I was going to be asked a lot of questions tonight. And I was like, oh, man. I was like, I can't let the cat out of the bag, Let's see. Scott from South Carolina. The fattest Les Paul neck I have is a Korean Zakk Wylde Epiphone Bullseye guitar with EMGs. Think baseball neck. It must weigh 10 pounds. Yeah, I like my Epiphone Zakk Wylde. It looked cool as hell. I really loved it. I had two of them, not at the same time, but the first one I gave to Ralph. I gave it to him. I just gave it to him because I knew he's always been a huge Ozzy fan and a huge Zakk Wylde fan, and I just didn't play that guitar, so I gave it to him. And then about a year went by, and I was like, man, I miss having that guitar. I don't know why. So I went on Reverb, and I looked, and I found one that had upgraded EMGs, had an upgraded poker chip where the pickup selector switch was, and it was a good deal. It was like right at $700. Like $740, something like that. So I bought it. I had it for, I don't know, man, a year and a half, maybe, and I sold it. Because I would play it, and when you get to the higher registers up here, where the neck heel is, I call it the speed bump. Every time I get right there, boom, boom, and I was like, damn, I couldn't maneuver around that neck heel really well at all. And it got to where it was in the case more than it was in my hands, so I sold it. And I broke even on it. Yeah, but it was heavy. Yeah, it played good, but it just wasn't for me. As much as I wanted it to be, it just didn't work out for me. And I don't miss it. I don't miss it. The dog pug, he says, recovering from my tooth surgery and pain. I got the studio done and just got my Gibson custom shop back from the shop. Getting ready to dig back in. All right, man. The studio is finally done. Congratulations, Dolphin. I know you're ready. And I hope you get well soon, sir. I got to go to the dentist soon myself and get a tooth pulled. I can feel that it's getting worse slowly but surely. I want this freaking thing move. Let's see. Let's see here. AJB, hello. He says, Joe, is any part of you looking forward to going back to work tomorrow? That's a great question. Yes and no. Yes, because now that school's going to be back in session, I'll be back on my 5 nights a week schedule. So that means a full week's pay. For 2 months, I was working 4 nights a week, which was nice. Don't get me wrong. But my pay was short every week. So I didn't have any play money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I like having that extra, my full week's pay, so I can pay my bills, no problem. But I have a little play money I like to sock away. So if I want to get something, I can, and it's not a big deal. So it's a bittersweet kind of thing, if that makes sense. But yeah, so yeah, yes and no. I mean, it's always nice to be out of that truck. And I'm sure I'm going to regret saying that the first 2 hours I'm in that truck. It'll hit me. I'm like, man, who the hell wants to be in here? But it is how I make my living. So, and it is a good job. So, the dog they pulled 3 molars and put in 2 inserts. Feel like I got run over by a bus. Oh my God. That's a lot of work, man, for one visit. Dang. Good God. That's a lot. But yeah, so I think it's safe to say, that and we all say this. All of us guitar players. I think I got enough now. Yeah, that'll last for what? Maybe 2 months. And the next guitar store review we go do, there might be something hanging up there, and I don't know. I got very fortunate that DeVere was able to be kind enough to help me, and Tony at Audio Centro was kind enough to help. So, really nice. I don't know, man. I think what I'm trying to do now, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of guitars I bought in the past, and nothing wrong with this at all. I'd be so desperate. Now this was a couple years ago or so. Wasn't that long ago, but I'd be so desperate. I just had that fever. Like, I gotta buy a guitar, man. I gotta buy a guitar. I go to Guitar Center and I'd see like a Jackson, and it was like $375. And I'm like, that looks pretty cool. I look at the color. I'm like, it's all right. Then I'd see one over here, $499. I said, man, that looks even better. And I know the pickups are better. And I'd play it. And I'd be like, yeah. I'd get that Guitar Center credit card out. Ding. And then, and then another couple of months goes by, and I'm looking again. I'm looking on Reverb. And that's the worst thing for me that I can do, is be laying there getting ready to go to sleep. And I'm like, you know what? Somebody said something about a Kramer in the chat. Let me see if there's any of those Kramers, and you just start looking, and that's how the seed is planted for me. And I'm like, let me see, 84 reissue. Let me see that, and and there's been a couple I've been able to say, okay, no, I'm good. I don't need to. Like, here's a guitar that I thought I would really love, because, I love Fenders. But here's a guitar I thought that I would bond with, and it never happened. One of them was the Zakk Wylde Epiphone. That just never worked. The other one was the SRV, Stevie Ray Vaughan Artist Series. It just didn't it just didn't work for me. And I don't know. I can't explain it. Some guitars you bond with, and some you just don't. And what I was getting to a minute ago, some of those like Jacksons and stuff, there's nothing wrong with Jacksons. I still have some Jacksons. I love Jackson guitars, but some of those that I did have, I don't have anymore. Because when I bought them, they were like, $350, $400. They were, again, I'm not putting that down. They were fine, but then I was like, I don't even play these. I bought them. I went and bought them, and I played them like once or twice and put them in the case and stuck it back in the warehouse. And that's where they've been sitting. Well, not no more. I got rid of them, but most of them, the Jacksons. I still got one or two. If you don't want to see how many guitars I got, go back to look into my guitar collection series. There's 3 episodes. Go look at that, and you can see everything I have. But I don't know. I guess the older I'm getting, I like to have some guitars that are a little bit nicer. And I'm not saying guitars that are $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a piece. Good God, I can't afford that. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, I'm a blue-collar working man. I got bills to pay like everybody else. And I'm the only source of income in the family, so I'm the only one that's working. So you got to keep that in mind, too. So, but I've been trying to level it up a little bit here and there. And it's fine, I'm happy. Whatever makes you happy, man, is all that matters. If you want a PRS, get a PRS. If you want a Zakk Wylde Epiphone, get a Zakk Wylde Epiphone. If you want a 50 style Les Paul with a big baseball neck, go for it. That's why they make different things, man. But Alan Webster says, I'm back. You've been live for a while. That's awesome. Yeah, man. Thank you. My record is, let's give him a round of applause for that kind comment. Yeah, my record is 4 hours. That's my record for streaming live. Can you believe that? Who the hell is going to sit around and listen to me for 4 hours? Well, we still got a good bit of people in here. We're almost at 3 hours, so that's incredible. Let's see. Thank y'all for sticking around this long. Let me see. AJB says, are you able to listen to music while you drive? That would keep me happy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can listen to music. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Really what truck drivers, what we do a lot is other guys that are working the same shift as me. We get on the phone and talk. Now, I'm not one of those guys. I know this contradicts what I'm about to say, being on here for 3 hours, but I'm not one of those guys that can sit there on the phone and talk for hours and hours and hours. I just can't, because eventually I'll start getting tired. So I have to get off the phone. I don't know. And when you drive at night a lot, it's just the way it is. When you're driving at night a lot, it's normal that you want to get tired. Your body's working against the normal routine of what it should be. I'm out there driving in the middle of the night. Everybody else is at home asleep. And your body's saying, hey, you're supposed to be asleep, not out here. But I've been doing it for so many years. Kind of working against the grain in a way. But so I'll talk on the phone sometimes. And sometimes I listen to podcasts. I listen to a lot of that. Audiobooks. I don't really listen to music, honestly. I listen to podcasts, and sometimes, believe it or not, I'll listen to wrestling podcasts or just different things. Something that catches my attention so I can stay alert. And then I like to get on the phone at the last 2 hours of my drive. I'll talk to my buddy Travis or my friend Slick Rick or Alan. One of those 3 guys. That's about the only 3 people I talk to. I've learned my lesson with certain people where I work that, when you think, that old saying, when you think you know somebody and it turns out you really don't, and they flip on you, Yeah, I've had enough of that. So I keep my circle of people really, really small that I talk to on a personal basis. Live to play guitar. Let's see. Joe, what was the name of the karaoke site to learn songs? And is that how you learn so many songs? Yes, it's called karaokeversion.com. That's the name. Karaokeversion.com. And that's where I get my backing tracks. And you can get backing tracks there. Let's see. Learning songs is that all depends on you. You know how and what I mean by that is the discipline you're going to show. I've been asked that a lot of times. How do you learn so many songs? It's just repetitive. Being a lot of repetitiveness. Is that right? I can't even talk. And just going over these songs over and over. Like I've always said, start with 3 songs. Start with 3 and get those down where you can mix them up in any order, and you can play them. And then when you're comfortable, add 3 more songs. Now you got 6. Well, now you got half a dozen songs. So you're looking at roughly close to 20 minutes of music. That's pretty good. But you just have to go over them, and I'll sometimes have to look them up on YouTube, like Guitar 365, Carl Brown. He's excellent to look at, to learn songs. Marty Schwartz is another. Those are my go-to. If I'm trying to learn something for the first time, those are my go-tos. I can sit here and try to learn something by ear, but I just don't have that kind of time to sit here for God knows how long. And so I'll watch them, and I'm like, oh, I see what they're doing, and then I got it. Because they're doing either basic power chords or just regular chords or both. And if your hands are coordinated enough to maneuver from one to the other, you can pick it up really fast. And get your right hand, your strumming hand, get that coordinated. That's the big thing. That's your rhythm hand. Get that coordinated to what you're doing. But just take baby steps, man. Start slow. Learn your 1 or 2 songs, pick 1 or 2 or 3, whatever or 1. And just learn it inside and out, man. And then when you're comfortable, add a couple more. And that's what I've done in here in this little room. I couldn't tell you all the times I've come in here and just practiced and went over songs until I got tired. And then when I get fatigued, I shut everything down. Because you don't need to push yourself when you're tired and your fingertips hurt. You're like, I got to keep going. I'm like, no, I'm going to bed. Because you don't want to burn yourself out. And I've done that. I learned my lesson. Don't do that. It's not worth all that. It's not worth all that. Let's see. Scott from South Carolina, the lightest Les Paul I own is the Epiphone Peter Frampton model with 3 pickups and ebony fretboard. It plays great. Peter Frampton, what an amazing guitar player he is. AJB, he says, I get it. My circle is more like a dot. Yeah, it's sad. You get a little older, or for me, I'll speak for me. I've gotten older, and I've seen people who I thought, I was going to be close with, and it just didn't work out. Let me see if I can fix this. I'm sorry, I'm trying. Let's see. Are you able to listen to music? Yes. Let's see. I'm trying to get this thing to move. Live to play guitar. This is fully modded steel block deck Floyd 1000 D-Tuna. Bill Lawrence humbucker. Wow. Nice. Let's see. Oh yeah, Rex, that's fine. Not a problem, man. Rod, he says, I definitely keep my circle small. Yeah, I mean, the older I get, that's what I see. That's just what I have to do. I mean, it's just better for me. My first matter of importance is my family, and then everything else comes second. I mean, that's just it. I mean, I've got people in my family that I've fallen out of contact with. I don't mean like immediate family. I mean, cousins and stuff. We used to have big time celebrations at Christmas and all that, and you would see everybody, and then Facebook come along. You're like, oh, you can reconnect with people or whatever, and then I've just come to see that people don't want to be bothered. They've moved on with their life. Life moves in different directions, and families grow and expand, and people branch off, and people just don't want to be bothered anymore. That's what I've seen. And I was like, I've tried to reach out to people and call them. They don't answer, or they don't text you back. And I'm like, damn, I'm like, the hell is wrong with y'all? But so it's like, okay, if that's the way you want it, you won't hear from me again. I won't bother you. Alan Webster, I live in Springfield, Missouri. We have a guitar center and 3 or 4 mom and pop stores. They're pretty good. They have recent stuff I bought. I bought my Charvel, and the guy gave me $50 off. Look at there. That's awesome. Yes, Edwin Crane makes a great point. A good band to start with if you want to learn backing track. AC/DC, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Just good, what they call cowboy chords, I guess, G, C, D. I mean, and don't worry about trying to solo right now. If you're just getting started, don't just get your coordination going with your rhythm. Get that first. I can't stress that enough. I've seen a lot of people, especially younger people. Well, it was years ago. I can tell you a story real quick, but all they want to do is shred. And I'm like, okay, that's impressive to me for about 3 seconds. Then after that, I lose interest. So here's a quick story. I went to my son's one time to jam with him. This was years ago. And my son's always been a really great guitar player. And there's been times I've asked my son to show me, like, man, how do you play that, whatever song you're doing? How do you do that? So he would show me. And then one time I went over there to jam with him or something, and he had a buddy that was over there, and they were, I guess, jamming together or something. Well, his buddy was able to do these real fancy lead licks. I mean, it was impressive. It had that sweet picking stuff going on and all that. And I was like, wow, okay. And then it was my idea. I said, hey guys, let's just do a blues jam in E, and we'll trade off, just like what you do, man. I'll play solo for a minute, then I looked at my son and said, you take the second, and then what's his name? You take the third. And man, I started doing just a basic, doing E, A, B, and back to E, and do your turnaround and back to E, right? And that young fella, he could not grasp that rhythm pattern to save his life. He couldn't do it. He could blow a cool, lead line for a second, but he couldn't do rhythm for nothing. And I looked at my son, and I made sure his buddy wasn't making eye contact with me. I looked at my son, and let me switch cameras here. I looked at my son, and I just went, well, I got to go. Why would you sit there and work on, why would you work on that, but you don't have your rhythm down? If you don't have rhythm, you don't have, that's your foundation. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not throwing shade against the young man, nice guy, but that just proves my point. Start with rhythm and then work your way into some solo stuff if you can. just take your time. There's no rush. You don't have to impress anybody. If you want to see that, look on YouTube. There's plenty of those hot shots out there that want to that want your attention. But let's see. AJB, sadly, men of our generation don't connect well. Yeah, it's just things are different. Let's see. I mean, it's when you're trying to connect with people, younger people of this, you know what I mean? It's just, like I said, when I was growing up, you had 3 or 4 channels. And now people that are of this generation, they have no clue what it's like to have minimal channels on a TV. They don't know what it's like to not have a smartphone, to only have a landline. And when the phone rang, you didn't know who the hell was calling. You just answered it. Hello? You didn't know who it was. And things were just different back then. It was a different world, you know? Hey, Charlie S., what's going on, man? How are you? Thank you for saying hello, man. Rod says, rhythm is always first. Yes. That's correct. And the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is I was guilty of that when I was a teenager. All I wanted to do was do tapping, two-handed tapping, Eddie Van Halen. That's all I wanted to do. And my friend Ralph was the one that said, that's all you want to do? Man, wouldn't you get tired of that after about 10, 15, 20 minutes? Nah, man, no, that's just cool. But he was right. It takes rhythm and lead to go together to create something pretty cool in all styles of music. It doesn't have to be tapping. It could be another tasteful approach, but it's all about expression. But you got to have rhythm. Your rhythm is what's going to really help you, you know. Let's see. Evan Ward, hey man, how are you? He says, I was at a backyard jam and this dude would not stop soloing. I put my guitar down in the middle of the jam and came back when he took a break. That is true. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I'm sorry, Evan, that's horrible. That shouldn't happen. And it's, yeah, guitar players are attention whores sometimes, but if the musician is matured enough to know the difference, he's not going to do that. An immature musician is going to be like what you said, what you saw or witnessed or had to deal with. Sorry. But a mature musician is going to lay back and wait his turn, take a little, whatever for the solo, and then go back into his rhythm and turn down a little bit. Your volume knob on your guitar is your best friend. When you're playing rhythm, turn it down to about maybe 7.5. And when you go to lead, roll it up to 10. And there's your boost, So that's always a good thing. I remember the last band I was in, the drummer told me that. And when I joined that band, I was like, all right, man, cool, man. I'm in this band and we're going to play these songs. And the drummer told me, he said, because I was the only electric rhythm and lead player in that band. The other was acoustic, and he was also the lead vocalist. Walter, amazing musician. The whole band was amazing, but I was playing wide open all the time. And the drummer said, dude, you need to, now these guys had a lot more experience than I did at the time. They had played gigs after gig after gigs, and here I am coming in there pretending like I had, but I didn't really have much experience, to be honest. But they could see pretty quick. It's like, And the Diamond Dave, the drummer, we called him Diamond Dave. And amazing. One of the best drummers I ever played with in my life. He said, dude, you need to dial your guitar down just a little bit. You don't need to be wide open all the time. Bring that volume up when you're going to solo or something, whatever. And I think I don't know if he called it inflections or what, but I think that's what it was. And that's exactly what I did. And I learned a lot from those guys, man. So I kind of just, I sat back and listened and watched and learned, and it helped me develop a lot. So that's why it's always good, if you can, to always jam with somebody or whatever that's better. Actually, somebody that's really good if you can, because you'll learn a lot. Just don't get cocky. You know, you gotta learn to crawl before you walk, man. So, you know, just my 2 cents, man. I'm just telling you things I've experienced for me. Let's see. Yeah, Evan Ward, you should earn your solos by playing good rhythm. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Yep. I agree. You know, you got to earn your stripes. And that comes from practice, you know, and playing with these backing tracks is the way I try to keep my practice up, you know. I mean, I don't have time to be in a band. And so I just I play with these tracks, and I just try to do my best to stay in time, keep the coordination right, and try to work on, like I said, the inflections and stuff, right? It makes a difference, man. It really does. You don't need to be pedal to the metal all the time. You're going to have burnout quick. Alan Webster, you're right about bonding. I have 5 Wolfgangs, a couple standards, and 3 specials. I play them better than my Charvel. It's the way they feel for you. That's right. Everybody is different. And it's true. Edwin says, all I know is I know nothing. Yeah, I mean, and really, I'm not saying that we're, you know, ignorant or something, but there's always room to learn. If you have an open mind, there's always something you can learn, especially playing with another musician that's on a higher level. I always love that. I mean, you can learn from somebody on whatever level, it don't matter, but you're going to learn. Your chances of learning something are going to be more significant with an experienced player. That's how it's always worked for me. Now, my only regret, I don't know why my nose is running. Sinuses are wanting to act up. But my only experience that I can speak of, and this, I'm not throwing rocks at nobody or anything, but it was you know, I put ads in, not the paper, online years ago, trying to get a duo up or a blues band or something. And number one, I'll tell you a couple of things about this whole story. I was shocked at how many people were out of work. And this is before 2020. This is before the pandemic and all that. This is before that. There were just a lot of lazy ass people that didn't want to go to work, that were cheating the damn government and, you know, claiming whatever so they didn't have to work. So I put a couple of ads out or whatever. And there were some that I saw that I called. And the guy was like, yeah, man, we're going to practice 5 nights a week. And we're going to gig every weekend. And I was like, what planet are you on, man? And I remember I asked that dude, I said, dude, do you work? Nah, man, I'm on disability. Okay. Well, I work. I mean, I can't be there every night for practice, man. You know, I can't do it. Well, we don't need you then. Okay. And so it didn't, and then you would hook up with somebody and they would say, yeah, I've been playing X amount of years. Okay, great. What artist do you like? They tell me. It's okay, cool. Okay, the guy says, come over here, we'll meet up and we'll play. Okay, get over there. And it's a train wreck, man. The guy's got all this equipment and all, and he can't play rhythm to save his butt. And I was like, oh, man. I done came over here for nothing. So trying to find somebody that knows their instrument and can play, and it was so hard to find. You know, I'm not saying they don't exist. I guess the ones that were online were the ones that were nobody wanted, and I just didn't know that at the time. But it took me a few of those going over, meeting over here, taking my equipment and setting all that stuff up, only to find out they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And I was like, God. And so I would play for about 20 minutes, and I'd say, look, man, I got a message on my phone. I got to go. And the guy's like, all right, am I going to hear from you tomorrow? I was like, yeah, I'll call you. And the guy kind of looked at me like, he ain't going to call me. Nope, I sure didn't. I'm sorry, man, but that's just a waste of time. And there was a lot of that I experienced, so I just kind of stepped back from all that, you know. Just some of my experiences, that's all. I'm not saying it's like that for everybody, just what happened with me. Okay. Live to play guitar, he says. Joe, I'm okay at rhythm, but I get lost with bars. I go to the 4-chord early or late, keeping track of the form. But now I'm pretty good at knowing where I'm at. Yeah, it just takes time, man. Your coordination, it just takes time. Just takes time. You can do it, man. Just stick with it. Stick with it. Let's see. Be wrapping this up soon. Man, what the heck happened here? Oh, Mr. Rex, he said he's got a bail. I got to go, my friend. Get up for church in the morning. Have a great rest of your night. Love being here. I'll tune in. Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I won't be live tomorrow. There will be a video out. But thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Rex. I appreciate it. Live to play guitar. I started taking drum lessons. It's going to help a lot with rhythm and timing. It will. It actually will. That's great, actually. Dave Orkin, I would just tell people I'm not feeling it. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame, but it does happen. I mean, there was a gentleman, I don't know. It was some years back. Super nice person. Very approachable. Laid back demeanor. And I asked him, I said, can you sing? Do you know any Allman Brothers band? Yeah. I said, can you sing Melissa? Yeah. I said, can you play Melissa? Yeah. Okay. Go over there. And it's just, no. And my son was with me. And because I told my son, I want you to come with me so you can be my get out of jail free card. I know that was probably cruel, but I had to do something. So, it just didn't work, you know. So I just decided, you know what, man, just get these backing tracks and just do your own thing. And then I started working on trying to play live on YouTube. And I've been doing that for years. And it's just now starting to do a little something, not much, but a little, which is a little is better than nothing. Edwin Crane, he says, I used to be the guy with the van and PA. It gets old quick. Oh, yeah. Alan Webster, does your wife work as well? Do you guys get to spend time together? Just wondering. Didn't mean to be a jerk. No, you're not. That's a legit question. No, she does not. She can't, man. She's had 6 back surgeries. She's got a lot of hardware going up her back, so no, she can't work. We spend much time together as we can because I work nights. So when I get up, if everything goes normal, I will get home about 6 a.m., between 5:30 and 6. And I go to sleep by 6:30. I hit the bed quick because I gotta have my sleep for my job. You can't be driving a rig all night with only 4 or 5 hours sleep. You're not going to be able to do it, and especially when you get older. So I wake up about 12:30 or 1, and I get up, get my shower, get my day started. I'll talk to her for a minute, and I might come in here and I might play for an hour, or I might try to do a video, maybe. Or I try to think of an idea, or try to write some ideas down that I could try to do something the next day or whatever. And then before you know it, I have to leave. And it takes me an hour to get to work. So I spend a lot of time traveling. So when it's my time off, like vacation or whatever, the last thing I want to do is take a long road trip. I just don't want to do that because I drive all the time. I mean, it's just, just how it is. And the older I get, the harder it gets. Let's see. Rico B. Joe, is that blue Super Strat on the floor a Schecter? It looks nice. Yes, sir. It is. Thank you. It is a Schecter. What do they call that? Sun Valley Shredder. And it has the Sustainiac in the neck. It's a great guitar. Yeah. Fantastic guitar. I love it. It's the first guitar that I've ever had with a Sustainiac pickup. And the first time I experienced one, Ralph and we went to Guitar Center. It was the video rather is on my channel. It's called Visiting Guitar Center in Spartanburg, South Carolina. You can look at that video if you want. And I played a different Schecter, and it had the Sustainiac, and I never messed with it before. I know Satch used one a lot. And I know Eddie Van Halen used one for a while too. And I was glad and I saw that color. That color just floored me, that beautiful blue. And somebody in the chat, because I was looking for names, and somebody named it Blue Powder. I thought that was a great name. So it has been christened Blue Powder ever since. And, but yeah, it's a fantastic guitar. I did upgrade the trim system on it. It had a lower quality Floyd that came with it. And one guy, he must have got ticked off in one of my videos. He goes, because I was talking about upgrading a Floyd to a Godot, right? And he was like, tell Joe Satriani Floyd's ain't no good, and see what he says. I'm like, what? I'm like, hey, dumbass, there's different levels of Floyd Rose units, They have cheap ones and they have higher priced ones that are better quality. So the one that was on there was a lower quality Floyd, and the post or the studs, either or, where the trim system goes against, was cheap metal. And so I upgraded the trim. I put a black Godot 1996 Japanese branded trim with upgraded Floyd post. Guess what? It stays in tune when you do a dive bomb. It comes back to pitch, So yeah, it's a fun guitar. It's a really, really nice guitar. I love it. I really do. It's fantastic. And I love Super Strats. I love Strats. That's pretty much my main thing. Not a really big Les Paul player. I do have a couple of Epiphone Les Pauls. If that, I know it's not a Gibson. To me, it plays just as good. Just as good. But that's just my 2 cents. Rico B says, I was just going to say I've been looking for a used Satch with a Sustainiac. They aren't cheap. They are not. You're correct. The those models, I think when they start with that, the Satch, was it the 1000s or the 1200s or whatever? When he started with that, and they skyrocketed in price. I remember that. And I thought, what the hell? Because when the JS100s came out, you can still find those on Reverb for, I don't know. If you find some that are really clean and great shape, you can get them for anywhere from $600-$700, I guess, on Reverb. The JS100. I always like the JS100s because it's got the two humbuckers. I just like, and they're 21 frets, not 24. I think 21. They're 22 frets, not 24. I'll play a guitar with 24 frets. I'm not that crazy about it. It always messes with when I'm going, I'm like, damn, wrong. It's only 2 extra frets, but for some reason it messes with me, man. I don't know why. All right, Rod, I'll see you, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dogpa says he don't like bolty or bolt-on necks. Bolty necks or single cuts. Love Hamers, SGs, and my Les Paul double cut. Yeah, I totally understand that. And that's like this. Where am I going? That McCarty. It's a double cut away. I like it. That McCarty 594 PRS, I like it. It's very comfortable. First McCarty I've ever owned. I know they're not high, but it works for me. Scott from South Carolina, I have a Fernandez with a sustainer pickup. Bought it with a cracked neck. Put tight bond in the crack and held it together between my legs and fixed it. There you go. That's what I'm saying. He MacGyvered that mother. Made it work, didn't you, man? Nothing wrong with that at all. Not a thing wrong with that. Nothing. Yeah, there's been guitars guitar builds and stuff I've messed with. There's been guitar builds I've done and something happened here and there, and I'd try to do a little way to fix it, and it worked. I mean, I was keeping the guitar. It wasn't like I'm going to sell it and give it to somebody and let them deal with it. I'm not doing that. Stuff like that will come back and bite you in the butt, man. I'm not. I will say this. Do y'all remember the story I told? I'll tell you. Let's see. This guitar here. Let me swap back. Camera one, please. That guitar right there, that Sterling AX40, you know where I got that guitar? I got it from Audio Centro, from Tony. He's the owner. And he allowed me to trade a guitar for that. We traded even. You know what guitar I traded for that? Remember that Bumblebee Relic that I got from that person off of Reverb? That's the guitar I traded. I had it on my Reverb store for the longest time. I guess nobody wanted nothing to do with it. And so, it was nothing wrong with the guitar. I put $375 more in it for the electronics to work properly because the guy that sold me the guitar, that EVH Wolfgang Special, Bumblebee Relic, the electronics were crap. So I dumped another $375 in it to get it right. So the guitar was fine. I was just bitter with that guitar because of the way that guy did me. Every time I looked at that guitar, I thought about that jerk, which I knew I shouldn't. But anyway, so I asked Tony, I said, hey man, can we work out a trade? Are you cool with that? And he goes, what do you want in the trade? So I sent him pictures of that. He said, hell yeah, bring it by. So we traded. So I'm a lot happier with this Sterling AX40. That song gun plays great. I played it on the stream last weekend. Or was it last weekend? This past week. Last weekend. This past week I played it. Played a couple of Van Halen songs. It's the closest thing I'll get to a Eddie Van Halen Ernie Ball Music Man, because those guitars go for a enormous amount of money. That's the closest thing I can get to it. And it's a light purple. If you look at it, it's a light shade of purple. On some angles, it looks red, but it's actually purple. And it's kind of weird when I get it closer to the camera. It looks red. It's a trip how that works. It's just the light in the camera, but. The dog he chimes in and goes, my favorite guitar shop is Rob's Music Store. Oh, God. Thank you, Dogpa. I appreciate that. There's a lot of people in there going, what the heck is Rob's Music Store? Oh, my goodness. That's funny. Dogpa from the old school. Rico B says, back in May, a buddy and I went to see Sammy, Michael, Joe, and Kenny in Vegas. Joe had this all red signature model. It looked awesome. Yeah, the Sammy Hagar tour. Yeah, my son went to that. And they came to Charlotte. And my son and his wife went there. And my son filmed a lot of the concert on his phone. He uploaded some of those on YouTube. Oh, I can't, Dope. I don't have, well, I have some, but they're all private. No, I took all those. I marked them private. Yeah. It was chasing more people away than attracting attention. So we were attracting the wrong attention. Let's put it that way. So Rob is put to sleep for now. Maybe down the road, but not right now. But, yeah, so my son went and saw that Sammy Hagar show. It was incredible. And God bless Sammy and those guys that are doing that and bringing that part of the Van Halen catalog back to life that has been unsung for many, many years. And it's a shame that Alex Van Halen and Sammy couldn't bury the hatchet. And I know Sammy reached out to Alex plenty of times and said, hey, come on, man. Can we at least be friends? And Alex, from the last I heard, which has been a while, Alex would not respond to any of Sammy's correspondence. None. Now, Sammy did have some stuff in his book about Eddie that shouldn't have got out. I agree with that. He shouldn't. But nevertheless, it's out there. And so I think Alex, his way of getting back at Sammy, Alex put out a book and didn't even address the Sammy Hagar or Van Hagar era at all. Didn't address it at all. All he talked about was the Dave Lee Roth era. I think he mentioned Sammy's name twice in that book, and it's just in a small sentence. That's it. So that's Alex's way of, I guess, getting back at Sammy. And Sammy knows that. You know, it's just sad, man. I don't understand. I mean, there's got to be a time that you say, oh, you know what, man, you know, if you were truly close at one time, I mean, you went on world tours together. You went through a lot together. And then, but I know Alex and Eddie, they were brothers. They were tighter than anybody could be. But I just wish that they could just be friends. But I think Sammy said, I'm tired of trying. If you don't want to be my friend, then I'm moving on. And that's all you can do is try. Some people get like that, man. And I guess Alex will be that way till he goes to his grave, man. And I hope he don't no time soon, but you know, it's just sad. They made some great music together. The Dalpa Joe is playing the most awesome amp on that tour there ever was, a third power Dragon. Man. Yeah, I don't know, brother. That's cool, man. Cool. That's awesome. And a lot of people were giving Satriani a lot of hate. He's not playing that stuff, Eddie stuff right. I was like, God almighty. They're even giving Satriani hate. I was like, are you kidding me? He's Satriani. He's going to play like Satch. Nobody can play like Eddie. Come on, man. I was like, hey, man. But Satch handled it with class. He was cool about it. I've always loved Satch. Rico B says, yeah, I read Brothers. It seemed like it ended at part 1 DLR years. Hope there's a part 2. I don't know if Alex would. I think Alex did it for a money grab. I could be wrong. Maybe not. But I got the audiobook. I was disappointed in it because he didn't tell anything that your average Van Halen fan don't already know. I mean, there was a couple of pieces of nuggets of information that I've never heard, but other than that, everything else was stuff that I read in magazines growing up and all the rock magazines. It was just, I mean, damn. And I was like, really, man? Aren't you going to tell us something we don't know? I mean, you're writing a book, for God's sake. But I don't know. I was just, he did narrate his own book, which I thought was cool, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Edwin Crane, drama for the sake of drama is all some people know. That's right. That's correct. And that's the world we live in because of social media. Also, Edwin says, also, nobody can play like Satch. That's right. Satch is a virtuoso, man. The Dolpa says, Joe learned Eddie's riffs for that tour. He put in months of hard work, and Joe was doing amazing. I agree, Dolpa. I agree. Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, it trips me out how people talk smack. I'm like, dude, you're not up there doing that. Come on, man. Go back to your damn basement or whatever and pick your guitar up and get online and talk your smack. So many keyboard warriors out there. It's incredible. I'm like, damn, dude, really? You know good and well you wouldn't say that to that guy's face, man. But Mickey Settlemeyer says, yeah, that's how I heard it. Yeah, it's yeah, Joe, man, come on, man. You know, Satriani, he used to teach guitar when he was a lot younger before he got rolling with his own thing, right? He would work in music stores. He would teach guitar. You know, he taught some famous guitar players too. So Satch has been around the block a few times. He can play Eruption inside and out in any key. It don't matter. The man is a walking book of knowledge, you know. So it's, you know, I've seen Satch a couple of times. Let's see. I actually saw Joe Satriani on the Flying in the Blue Dream tour. Can you believe this? This is when he had hair, you know. And because one of my favorite songs is Flying in a Blue Dream by Satriani. It's such an amazing song. That song just takes me on an awesome guitar trip in my mind. I'm like, man, that sounds so good. But I saw him on that tour, and then I saw him many years later when I was in that band that I was talking about earlier, my last band. The drummer, the one I talked about earlier, Diamond Dave, he bought me a ticket to the Experience Hendrix show at the Fox Theater in Atlanta. He bought me a ticket for that. And I thought, wow. So I drove to Atlanta and met up with Dave. And he was living in Atlanta then. He was living here in South Carolina, but he had moved to Atlanta then for a new job. He ended up moving back, but this is before he moved back. So I went there and we went to the show, and it was amazing. I saw Satch on that tour. He came out and played All Along the Watchtower. And Satch is a huge Hendrix fan. He played the hell out of that. I was like, there you go, Satch. He come out there and he tore it up. I've got to get to some of these comments. Let's see. Whoops. Man, this thing. So touchy, this chat scroll here. I try to move it. Let's see. Okay. This is Live to Play Guitar. Joe, when you learn new songs on karaoke version, is the rhythm guitar empty? It can be. If you get the custom track, this is the difference between the $1.99 track and the $2.99 custom track. For $2.99, you can get a custom track, and I'm not affiliated with Karaoke Virgin. I'm not sponsored by them or nothing. I'm just a satisfied customer. For $2.99, you can get the custom backing track, and you can go in there and you can turn down the rhythm guitar, you can mute it, or you can leave it at full volume. You can do whatever you want. So my 2 cents, my advice would be spend the extra $1 and get the custom track, and you can set the volume for each track, instrument in that track that you want. Personally, I like that. So if I'm playing, a song that's got 2 guitar players, and like Aerosmith, let's just say Aerosmith, and if I want that rhythm guitar to be in there, Brad Whitford's part, I can leave that in there and kind of turn it down a little bit so it's not overbearing on what I'm doing. It doesn't override my volume, right? Because you don't want to keep cranking up, and then it's like, it's just too loud, and you've done went overboard, right? So the custom track is the way to go, in my opinion. So yeah. Alan Webster, I've had 3 fusions. It sucks. I can't do anything but play guitar. At least you can play, man. Can you imagine if something happened and you couldn't play guitar? Oh my God. It'd be over for me. It'd be over. Edwin Crane says, who's going to walk up to Satch and say, you suck? Nobody. That's right. Nobody. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. That's just insane. If they did, they're idiot. They're an idiot, Let's see. Let me move this. Dave Orkin chimes in. He says that I like Eddie's playing, but I'm more of a DeWeasel and Frank Zappa fan. No, I get it, man. I totally understand. DeWeasel Zappa is incredible. I mean, you talk about a hardcore Van Halen nut. That's DeWeasel Zappa. He can play all that stuff note for note, and it sounds amazing. I never got into Frank Zappa stuff because it was a little, for me, it was just a little out there. But DeWeasel, I remember he had that album, Having a Bad Day. I remember that album. He had a couple of videos on MTV back then, and it was awesome. And he had that one song. I remember that. You can still watch the video on YouTube. What was it called? Talking about what everybody's talking. Let's Talk About It. I think that was the name of it. His sister Moon sang the vocals. It was actually a really good song. Frank made a cameo in it. Robert Wagner. There were some other actors and actresses that made cameos in there. It's very 80s, but I always loved the song. I thought the song was awesome. Yeah, great song. That was, I love that song. Let's see. I think I'm going to time our record, y'all. If I can go 10 minutes, I'm going to time my all-time streaming live record. Damn. Solo show. We're shooting for 4 hours. Y'all going to hang in there with me? We got 10 minutes. Damn. Scott from South Carolina. I saw Hendrix tribute tour with Buddy Guy, DeWeasel Zappa, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and Billy Cox. Yes, Hendrix's bass player. Yes, I've seen that too, man. Billy Cox came out, and when I seen it in Atlanta all those years ago, he came out and sang Red House, and I didn't know Billy Cox could sing so damn good like that. Man, he could sing. He sang the hell out of Red House. I was like, damn. It was awesome. I think he's still living. He's up there. But God bless him. I think he's still around. I love to hear interviews with him. He's so well versed in speaking. You know, I love to hear him. You know what I'm talking about, Dave? That Dweezil song, Let's Talk About It? Yeah, I love that song. Yeah, look it up on YouTube, y'all, if you haven't ever seen it. It's good. It's awesome. And his solo is so Eddie Van Halen-ish. But it's awesome. I mean, it's fantastic. Yeah, I was going to see if we could go hit the 4 hour, or at least hit the 4 hour record. We'll tie the record. Rico says, let's do it. It's only 9 p.m. here. Yeah, yeah, you're 3 hours behind. It's still early for you, my friend, isn't it? Dave Orkin says, my old man told me he's seen Hendrix, The Doors, and Joplin for $3 at the Electric Factory back in the day when it was a warehouse in Philly. Can you imagine? That is incredible. Oh my God. Those legends, man. You just don't see that no more. Scott from South Carolina, Don't Eat the Yellow Snow is a Frank Zappa classic. The only thing that I don't know much about Frank Zappa at all, so I can't speak on it. The only thing I do know is Steve Vai played for Frank for a while. And so I think that's where Steve Vai kind of got his, well, he was already doing some great stuff before, but he auditioned for Frank and he got that gig. And yeah, he just, you know, have you ever listened to Flexible? Has anybody ever listened to Flexible, the Steve Vai solo album that came out in the early 80s? I remember buying that album on cassette. I remember buying that. I didn't know who the hell Steve Vai was at the time. I was like, who is that? You know why I bought that album? Because of the artwork. The artwork. If you ever look at that artwork, he's a painting of Steve Vai, and the guitar neck is going like this, and the artwork is amazing, and that's why I bought that album all those years ago. I was like, Flexible, what is that? Steve Vai, who is Steve Vai? And so I got it, and I was floored. At first, my first reaction, I was like, wow, this guy's all over the place, but it's genius. You know, that was sorry, my knuckles are aggravating me. It was, I mean, when I heard, is it called Vi Women or Vive Women? And then it's got the part where the female voice goes, just go for it right there. And he just goes, and he goes off. And I bet you I rewound the tape to that part to listen to that little 30-second solo, if it's that long, probably 100 times, just to hear. That might have been his wife that said it at the time, or it's his wife now. Just go for it, and did that. And I said, holy, and it just sounded amazing. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. And I thought, holy crap. And then time would go on, and then I see, or, you know, of course, David Lee Roth splits from Van Halen, and who does he have for his guitar slinger? Steve Vai. And I said, oh, snap. I said, oh, I remember that in high school, man. I was like, and that was always talk in the school, like, oh, Van Halen's coming to town. And then the next week, David Lee Roth's coming. I'm like, oh my God. So I saw the Van Halen show. No, I didn't. That was 5150. I saw 0812, and I didn't see the David Lee Roth show. But thankfully, you can go back and YouTube and see those Eat 'em and Smile shows. They actually have it on YouTube. But yeah, Steve Vai Flexible is incredible. Incredible. Let's hit these comments here. Let's see what happened. Man, this scroll here wants to be difficult to work with. Yes, you did. Yeah. Edwin says, yeah, he heard of Flexible. Yeah, that's a badass album. Dave Workin had Flexible on vinyl. Damn. How cool is that? Dave Workin also says Val was transcribing music for Frank. That's correct. Yes. And that right there, is just genius. Transcribing all that time ago. Edwin Crane says, Little Green Men, maybe they, yeah. Yeah, that was a great album. They Call It Sleep was awesome. The Dog, I have the original Guitar Player magazine and a sound page release of Flexible. Yes, I remember those sound pages. Those floppy records. I remember that. God almighty, I remember that. I remember having the, speaking of Steve Vai, y'all will appreciate this. I remember when the floppy sound page had the Crossroads Duel on there from the movie Crossroads. When that Duel was on there, man, I put that on my dad's record player and played that over and over. I said, oh my God. That was cool. Another great 80s classic, Crossroads with Ralph Macchio and Steve Vai having that cutting heads duel or competition, whatever, cutting heads. Dave Workin, Passion and Warfare is an amazing record too. Yes, it is. Yes, when that came out, I listened to the heck out of that album, man. Oh man. Yeah, incredible. Steve Vai, man. Damn. Oh, wow. You have the Satch sound page? Wow, that's cool. The Dogpa says, I was at a house party where VH was playing in the mid-'70s. We could hear them outside, but the cops showed up and busted the party just as we were getting in. I've heard that story a lot with a bunch of those house parties. They would get there in backyard parties, I guess. They get there and get started, and they were so loud. Sometimes that's in some Van Halen books. There's some Van Halen Rising is out there, and a couple other books that talk about Van Halen, the early years and all this. And some of their backyard parties would never go the full length because the cops would come. There would be so many people there. Cops would show up in a patrol cars, and then a helicopter would come, and they would, people would start running, and they would raid the place, and they'd shut it down. But I mean, when you can get a backyard party with thousands of people and no big company behind you to promote you, that's incredible. That's incredible. That's what does that say, man? That says your band's doing something right. But that's back in the day when you could do stuff like that. There's so many things now you just can't do. You just can't do it. And they're not going to let you do it. They're not. Uh-oh. We hit the 4-hour mark. Can you believe that? Come on, Rick. Give me a woo.
Woo!
Another one.
Woo!
And one more.
Today, woo! I've got the style and profile like never before. Woo!
Oh, man. Can you believe that? We have tied the all-time live streaming record here on the Joe Wentz Project TV. 4 hours and 35 seconds. God almighty. That's crazy, man. That's insane. And my drive for a living and sitting in this chair is going to get to me after a while. I remember when I got this chair, and it's a gaming chair. I'm not a gamer. This gaming chair is very comfortable. I'm like, yeah, be BS on that. That's just, you know, it's very comfortable. I'm like, really? That's a crock of shit if I've ever heard any bullshit in my life. So I just, yeah, whatever. But anyway, man. But yeah, it's wow. Everybody's made this possible. I mean, we still got a lot of people in here. That's incredible. What the hell? Y'all are incredible, man. Yeah, I know. That's amazing. The dog putt. Thank you. You rock, Joe. I've been coming here since the early days. Happily. Thank you, man. Yes. Dogpa is a long-time subscriber. And so is Edwin Crane. Edwin says, we had field parties here, local bands, 300, 400 people. Cops still shut it down. Even in BFE. Ain't that something, man? Ain't that's, yeah, like I said, things are definitely different nowadays, man. It's just a different world. And I think, I mean, look, this is how I feel about it. Now, this is just my 2 cents. I think social media is a blessing. And on the flip side, I think it's a curse. You know, it's cool that you can learn, like talking about guitar, learning guitar songs and all that. Because of the internet, I've been able to progress as a guitarist. And it's helped me learn a lot quicker, which has helped this generation of guitar players, the young people, it's helped them a lot too. But on the flip side, the dark side, you got people that's made things pretty bad. And it shouldn't be that way, man, because that's just not the way to be. That's not the way to be. And like I've said before, kindness don't cost you a thing. Kindness don't cost you a thing. And the older I get, the more that I realize that, you know. And that's just the way I look at it. I've got to, you know, we've been sitting here for 4 hours and 3 minutes. I have not taken a drink of anything. My phone has blown up. YouTube notification after notification after notification. Look at this. That's amazing. People are still commenting on the videos. Thank you so much to everybody who's doing that. I mean, that's just, you don't know how wonderful that makes me feel. I mean, really, thank you. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are absolutely awesome. And this is the only way I can communicate with the audience is in a live setting such as this. And I enjoy it so much. I really do. Y'all allowed me to play a couple of songs. And wow, this drink is warm. It's been sitting here for 4 hours. It is not freshly out of the fridge. That's for sure. So if you don't mind, if you could be so kind and let me have a drink. Whew, man. Oh, that hits the spot. Thirsty, man. I'd say so. I got it below halfway. Look at there. Man, that's crazy. All right. Yeah, it's a different world, that's for sure. And you ever notice, not to get off track here, but you ever notice how Hollywood is remaking classic movies from the 80s and even the 90s because they can't come up with nothing? Isn't that awful? I was like, can people not come up with anything original no more? And drink. Yeah, it's Sprite, man. It's no alcohol, I promise. No, I can't do that. Let's see. Rico B comments, he goes, it's a wild Saturday night hanging out with Joe. I'm enjoying it. Thanks, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate if I can just go 4 more minutes, this will be a new record. 4 minutes. I can't believe this. 4 minutes, and we'll set a new record of 4 hours and 10 minutes. Good God Almighty! Thank God there's a volume button here, or a slider, I guess. Yeah, but nah, man. Yeah, like I said, thank God for YouTube, because I've been able to learn some songs like Live to Play Guitar was asking earlier. It's what it's all about, man. Let's see. Let's go back and look at this chat. Like I said, if the chat is going strong, I'm trying to hang in there. Y'all are making this possible. Without y'all, excuse me, it's not possible. The dogpa, in the 80s, everything became copies, from guitar players to music. In the 70s, we strive to be unique. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Let's see, what happened here? Oh. Okay, here we go. I got it now. I say, yeah, we make it a few more minutes, we'll set a new record. Rico says, you can do it. You can do it. Yes, we're going to try. We're going to try. I feel like, remember those telethons back in the day that'd be on for like 24 hours? They'd be raising money.
If you call now, 1-800-DONATE now.
Like, damn. What's one of those? Let's see if I can find one of these. Here we go.
Don't forget to call now. Operators are standing by. Please help the dogpa with his new studio.
Ah, son of a... let's see what we got here. Scott from South Carolina. My dog will be jumping on me in the morning to wake me up. Oh, God. Oh, man. What time? Where's my phone? It is 12:38. Okay. I'm having to stay up anyway because I got to get back on my routine tomorrow, which is going to be really tough. Let's see. Yeah. I've got to go. Joe Allen says, take care. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Webster. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Appreciate you being here this long. I'm very honored and humbled. Let's see. Yeah, Jerry Lewis telethons. Yeah. Muscular dystrophy. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Jamar, am I saying your name right? Welcome. Jay Marquise. Is that, you put in what you get in guitar, all those practices that you don't want to do add up, and best will practice as much as possible. That's correct. That's exactly right. You get out of guitar what you put into it. He's right. I've said that for a long time. And that's the truth. And oh man, we hit it. We did it, y'all. We've got a brand new streaming record officially. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Can you believe it? Man. Woo! Golly. One more time. Woo! Woo! Man. Golly. Oh boy. Man, oh man. All right. I can't believe it. Let's see. What in the world happened? Let's see. But you're right. You get out of it what you put in it. That's with anything, man. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Well, y'all, I'm going to call it, man. We still got so many people in here. That's part of me don't want to stop, but man, I mean, I've got to go to the restroom. Oh, I'm about to bust, man. Oh my God. Yeah. Rico says, make sure you submit the paperwork to Guinness Book of Records. I'll be your witness. Thank you, man. Oh, my God. Oh. Let's take a drink, man. There we go. Man, oh, man. Oh my goodness. Pause for the calls. Yeah, that's it, man. I'm telling you. Oh my goodness. Thank y'all so much. And we're still going strong. Now we're at 4:12 and 23 seconds. Has anybody else streamed solo show for over 4 hours? Man, I don't know if I can do this again, man. For the Dalba says, for all the hippies, this would be a short show. Yeah, I'm sure, man. Oh, my God. And look, the numbers keep climbing. What in the world is going on? All right. Let's get these last comments in. Rico B, it was a great night. See you on the next live show. Thank you, Rico. Man, from Arizona, Rico, thank you. Thank you for the great hangout. Thank you. And thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate it. And, thank you. Don't forget to check out the video tomorrow coming out at 4:30. It drops. And then I'll try to release some more content this week if I can. Back to work tomorrow. So hopefully Ralph and I are going to hit up another music store. If my lead is correct, it will be another store in Easley. But I have to contact the owner and verify everything. So we'll see. We'll see. And, well, thank you, Evan. I appreciate that. Edwin, thank you. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, everybody. This has been fantastic. And if it wasn't for y'all, this wouldn't have happened. So, all right. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's let Rick take us out. 1 time.
Woo!
2 times.
Woo!
3.
Woo!
Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. See you later. Bye-bye.